Fear and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you will see the light. Open up your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. Then I saw your lips reflecting in the water. I thought we were young and nothing really matters. Openings night, everything is cool. Open up your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you will see the light. Open up your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. When I saw your lips reflecting in the water, I thought we were young and nothing really matters. Electricity, you and me. You should come and fly. We should be happy. Openings night, everything is cool. And open up your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you see the light. Then I saw your lips reflecting in the water. I thought we were young and nothing really matters.
What if I could turn back time? What if I could make the stars align? Could we get across the line into the rest of our lives? Would we have what it takes? How close is make or break? I can see us start to make our great escape. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. I stare into the sun. Need to live while we're still young. Don't walk, we just run alive. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. We can chase the future together. Tonight we will let go of the past and break away and fly. Chase the future together forever. We can chase the future together.
No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on, it's broken. Give up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you coming back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
somebody calls me, I won't answer the phone. Feeling so lonely, won't you leave me alone? You think that you know me, but you don't know me at all. Got stuck with a secret to make your wish come true. What you desire strikes you out of the blue. You think that you want me, but you don't want me, do you? You say that you need me, but you will leave me, won't you? Whoa, I'll be perfect for a day or two. Scratch the surface, dig it, why won't you? Why can't you? Whoa, I'll be lonesome for a day or two. Reach the bottom, dig it, why won't you? Why can't you? If somebody calls me, I won't answer the phone. Feeling so lonely, won't you leave me alone? You think that you know me, but you don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all.
Feel like a flood coming. You got my blood rushing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. I feel my pulse racing.
adrenaline. Hey, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins. Your adrenaline. Hey, you're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins. Your adrenaline. Hey.
Hands up, that's a banger. Turn it up, turn it up. We got everything we need to have a good night. Lights out, turn this party upside down, upside down. We got everything we need to have a good night. Just losing, dance like no one's watching, 'cause we ain't stopping, yeah. We only want them good vibes. We're gonna party all night. We only want them good vibes. We're gonna party all night. We only want them good vibes. We're gonna party all night. We only want them good vibes. We're gonna party all night. Hold up, all I wanna see is love, see is love. We can do whatever, baby, this is our life. Hold up, this ain't over, don't you turn the lights on. We can do whatever, baby, this is our life. Just losing, dance like no one's watching, 'cause we ain't stopping, yeah. We only want them good vibes. We're gonna party all night. We only want them good vibes. We're gonna party all night. We only want them good vibes. We're gonna party all night. We only want them good vibes. We're gonna party all night.
Oh my shoes to do it at the oh my shoes to boot, do it at the oh my shoes to do it at the oh my shoes to boot, do it at the Oh my shoes to do it at the oh my shoes to boot, do it at the oh my shoes to do it at the oh my shoes to boot, do it at the Oh my shoes to do it at the oh my shoes to boot, do it at the Oh my shoes to do it at the oh my shoes to boot, do it at the oh my shoes to do it at the oh my shoes to boot, do it at the
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha Janita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning fast, we don't see no price. spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this bubble like a fiend day and night. Spending bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction, 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 friction. Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction.
turn to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room. 'Cause we were born to achieve a dream. So just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. 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 The game is on.
Ooh, girl, you look so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we could meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. I can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your egg shackle. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a raptor. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no, I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, you're wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. embrace it. Thinking to myself, could you take this? She said I want a challenge, so I'm willing to face it. Yeah, you got that symmetry. You touch me carefully. Got hit so instantly. You make me high. Want you, you got me. Just take it from me. It's real. You make me sad. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. Give it to you right, there's no complaining. Have you climbing up these walls like you need saving? No, I don't care about your past and if it's tainted. She said I want a challenge, so I'm willing to face it. Girl, you got that symmetry. You touch me carefully. Got hit so instantly. You make me high. Want you, you got me. Just take it from me. It's real. You make me sad. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You like it like that. Pleasure is pain, yeah, you're wanting to tap. Tell by your eyes, girl, there's no need to ask. You're so connected, don't wanna detach. You get me high, I don't wanna come down, and I mean it. Girl, you're the realest, want me to win it tonight is our secret, hoping you keep it. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes.
I've never forget you since you told me hi on a starry night. It was easy to catch me with your big brown eyes and the way you smile. I guess that you believe in me, the thing inside is killing me. I'm holding on, I'm holding on. I just wanna get you forever, forever. I just wanna get you forever, forever. I just wanna. I've never forget you since you told me hi on a starry night. It was easy.
Answer for what you have done.
Yone, turn back.
You have dishonored us. You swore to protect him.
You swore to protect Ionia. Look around you, brother. Your honor stains the ground.
Better than living without it. I'm sorry, brother. I will not fail you again.
Apologies, Opa. I didn't mean to.
It's all right. Ah, the spirits wait for no one.
No, I'm not.
Looking to commune? Why else would the great Yasuo come? But are you ready?
Does that matter? I'll never make it up there in time.
True, the road is long. Perhaps my own temple can still provide a way. The choice is yours.
Is it?
It's taken years for the spirit blossoms to return. If the land is ready to heal, perhaps you are as well.
And this is the way? Old men, flowers, and hope.
Maybe hope is enough.
Maybe.
Immerse yourself in the river Whaley. Let the waters cleanse you. Let the currents take this burden you carry. Remember who you have lost.
Let me go, Yone! I was winning! Did you see me take out that big one?
I saw you dishonor yourself.
You fight?
When I have to, not when I want to.
You don't have anything to prove.
There is always another fight, Yasuo. Finding it proves nothing.
Your place is here. With Elder Suma.
He trained me for this. I can help end this war.
Your duty is to this school. To your master. To Ionia.
Then I should be out there protecting her. I won't fail you, Yone.
It seems I have already failed you.
Drink this. It will help forge a bond between our realms.
A drink rarely gets me out of trouble.
Sometimes we must go looking for our demons.
Show yourself.
I'm not here for you.
Killing me does nothing, Hunter. If he lives, I will return. Suma's great pupil. What
no murderer.
Then why are you running?
I'm done running. Have your revenge, brother.
You might deserve death, but not by my hand.
Then there is nothing left for me in Ionia.
Even the wind has a path, brother.
Farewell, Yone.
May the spirit of Ionia guide you.
It's easier looking back, isn't it? The trick is seeing what lies ahead.
From what I hear, most likely thieves, beasts, and drink.
It is a lawless place, where you can decide your own fate. Besides, we're both looking for something, aren't we?
And you think we'll find it in Bilgewater?
I think we'll find many things.
Something deep inside looming. Finally strong enough, heart is waking up to the dawn as it's calling. I'm reaching up to touch the sky, and suddenly I'm taking flight, spark in the air, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar. I'm never touching down again. I'm sailing on eternal waves, fanning the flame, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar.
safe behind our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Run like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn distant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you?
As a
战鼓雷响，8强求变，直面镜中人。昔日传奇状态起落，多有磨难，该如何冲破束缚？
背水，反击，上新团队，便是新的自己。
红衣少年欲成先志，射线通关，该如何冲破束缚？
热爱、寻梦、后浪居上，便是新的自己。
时光易逝，见识难回，屡次无缘，该如何冲破束缚？
改变、解冻、感受显奏，便是新的自己。
久居至暗，未曾遗忘，决心逆袭，该如何冲破束缚？
汗水、付出、颠覆想象，便是新的自己。
偶有昙花，踪迹难留，沉睡雄狮，该如何冲破束缚？
积蓄、迸发、锋芒展露，便是新的自己。
兵行险棋，计中败北，翻山越岭，该如何冲破束缚？
纯粹、果敢、时刻警醒，便是新的自己。
去岁遗憾，出征无缘，兴亡已立，该如何冲破束缚？
坚韧、谦逊，完成卫冕，便是新的自己。
王座台前，水手将帆，心向银龙，该如何冲破束缚？
磨砺、审视，及时调整，便是新的自己。
季后赛让新的自己破土而出，肆意生长。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL Summer 2020 playoffs. Our first round is over. Now it's time to jump into our quarterfinals. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric, the harbinger of V5 himself. Welcome to stream, mate. Are you ready for some more games?
Look, I've been waiting for this moment for my entire life. The highest placing V5 I've ever placed as an organization.
Same for Suning as well. The highest either of these organizations have ever made it in playoffs. Let's look at our bracket, though, because V5 already have themselves a win under their belts. They won the first round to make it into the quarterfinals against the highest seed of Suning.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? What's more valuable, the experience and momentum you've already built, or the fact that Suning got to watch them play a whole best of 5?
And we got to see yesterday as well, LGD looking incredibly strong against WE. Their next matchup is going to be coming tomorrow against IG. That is going to be a tough opponent for LGD, but should be a good series nonetheless.
Yep, it's going to be a big skill check for the members of LGD, especially Xie having to go up against Rookie.
That is going to be a matchup and a half in the mid lane, but let's talk about what we've got coming today. And first off, let's talk about Suning, because this is the first time we're going to see them here in playoffs, and this is our 4th seed coming into playoffs. And I think that's a sentence that a lot of people weren't necessarily expecting from Suning coming into this year, but for the 4th year running now, they've kind of fumbled in spring, made it to summer, and made it to playoffs.
Exactly, and it's looking great. Their recipe for success is, bringing a bunch of skilled individuals together and hoping it worked out. And hey, 4th seed's pretty nice.
It's worked out the best it has ever worked out for them. Every other time, they've fallen out 7th to 8th place. This time, they're guaranteed minimum 6th. Let's take a look at the team, though, and kind of define the identity a little bit for you guys. Because Suning is kind of like an experimental sophomore album where they're trying a few different things. They're experimenting a bit to see what's going to work.
Exactly. They're throwing together, jazz, rock, hip-hop, every style under the sun. You don't think it should work, but it actually does. And it all starts with the actual duo lane in SOFM and Sword Art, because guess what? Sword Art tends to leave Huanfeng on his own. He links up with SOFM. They look for these jungle invades. That's why we see a lot of playmaking champions like the Lee Sin, like the Bard, like the Nautilus.
And they often end up setting up towards that top side where we see the duelist den. Bin has been very much under the radar this split, but he is dominating in the top side.
The fact that he's the most kills for top laners and the 3rd highest solo kills out of all roles in the LPL is absolutely insane, but this style definitely tends to lead them a bit towards the late game. They're very slow starters, 12th lowest first dragon rate in the LPL, 8th lowest goal difference at 15. And I feel like this stems from all those different identities, right? We see Bin wants to play for his own lane. Huanfeng wants to farm up, so it takes a bit of time for their engine to get going.
It does feel like this is a team that has a ton of individual talent in every single role. And the real question that we're hoping to answer today is whether that can be glued together, whether they can work as a unit and make the team plays happen. As we can take a look at some of the clips from the regular season, so much of the play that happens is down to Sword Art and SOF.
Exactly. We see that here, right? On the Bard with the Graves, linking up, getting this massive pick on the Lumao. And I like that it's happening at 10 minutes because that's something to know, right? It's not going to happen the first few minutes of the game. It always is a bit later on.
Yeah, they do take a little time to ramp up, but once they get to the mid-game, they really come online, and so much of it is down to SOF.
Exactly, and like you were saying before, that a lot of it does tend to lead up towards the top side like we see here. Bin isn't only this duelist looking for the 1v1s on the Camille, on the Jax. He's willing to get involved in these team fights, pick up a ton of kills, and we saw him do that up against Victory 5.
Absolutely. And it's important to mention that Victory 5 did lose to Suning during the regular split. I think a lot of people at home are expecting V5 to be a heavy favorite here, but Suning came in. They're the 4th seed. This is a team that cannot be underestimated.
Exactly, and it did come a lot off of their star rookies in Bin and Huanfeng, especially in this team fighting game too, where V5 look like the heavy favorites. Right now, they had about a 4K gold lead going in, but Bin playing exceptionally well on this Mordekaiser to buy time. And then Huanfeng playing amazingly on the Jhin, even ends up with a 1v3 kill here, and just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, really, really solid stuff coming out from Suning. And we have seen that they are inconsistent. So sometimes we'll see this insane level of play. Sometimes it doesn't seem to quite add up quite in the way that they want it to. So the real question is, which version of this Suning roster shows up today?
Exactly, and a lot of that to me comes down to whether they can get through these early game storms and get to that point where it's like, okay, Bin's strong on his split pushers, Huanfeng strong on this team fighting AD carry, and then they can group up in front of these objectives and start bringing it all together.
And one of the players on this roster that has some of the highest highs and lowest lows is Angel in the mid lane. And he's going to have his work cut out today because on the side of V5, we've got Mole in the mid lane. This has been one of the consistent players for V5 the entire year, and my God, has he stepped up for playoffs.
Yep, especially up against in that first match against FPX looked great. 31% of his team's damage, was involved in every first blood the team picked up, even getting 2 solo kills. The Zoe was a highlight, even having a great Orianna game.
Yeah, beautiful stuff across the series coming out from Mole. And I think the key thing is that was against FPX. Like, everyone knows FPX as super carry B and the gang. And Mole, he had his pick of the litter the entire series.
Yes, he did, and it was team fights like this where he's hitting a lot of great paddle stars, gets LWX chunked out very early on, a lot of great sleepy trouble bubbles coming out. And the thing I love about Mole Zoe is he just knows how much he can push his limits. He knows how to take advantage of that W, how to flash forward aggressively as we see here, and only guarantee a lot of these kills for the team.
Yeah, beautiful to see his Zoe. I mean, it's always beautiful to see Mole's Zoe. He's one of the best in the league. But his Orianna, this was the first time we got to see it out of him, and he really showed up on the pick.
Exactly. It wasn't something we expected. It's a lot more of a scaling pick. We know Mole as this mid laner who really wants to get out of lane early on, and he was able to do that on the Orianna and set up a lot of great shockwaves, a lot of good QW combos, and led to a really decisive win against FPX.
One of the strengths of Mole, one of the reasons that Mole is able to flex so much in that mid lane and get out onto the map is down to Wei Wei in the jungle, who's going to be going up against SOFM today. We already mentioned that SOFM, along with his support, do a lot of work around the map, but Wei Wei has been one of the strongest junglers in the entire league all year long.
And this one's a bit personal for him. He spent 2 years on Suning, so coming in, I'd say much clearly the better jungler. We look at just all the stats, KD 815, very proactive jungler, higher kill participation, higher share of damage, higher first turret. This man is extremely active on the map, and we're going to see if SOFM's going to be able to predict some of these plays, counteract them, and get Suning to that point where they're strong.
And it feels like SOFM has been one of the quieter members on Suning because, as we mentioned before, he's been more setting up the plays for the rest of his team. And the real question to me is, can he match up, especially when it comes to the early game, that pacing in the jungle? We have seen in the LPL that junglers often decide the pace of the early game and decide whether or not the rest of the team can succeed.
Yeah, and we have seen that he has the ability to do it on occasion, especially with that Lee Sin pick that we highlighted. Extremely phenomenal Lee Sin player, always is able to find those early engages and great insect plays, so Suning are really going to rely on him a lot today to step up.
We'll see if they're going to be able to find the wins here for Suning. I'm certainly hoping so, because we're going to bring up our predictions now, and surprisingly, this surprised me at least, we have a divided cast here. I'm going for Suning. You, my good sir, are going for V5 on this one, even though they're the underdog, technically.
Like, for me, the thing is, I'd say Victory 5 are stronger at the 3 core positions, jungle, mid, and support, so they're going to be a lot more productive on the map, a lot more fluid to where, sure, Bin looks really hype. I think Huanfeng has been a standout, but I don't think they're ever going to get the chance to show their stuff.
I think that V5 are pretty good and everything, but I think LPL social media said it best this morning when they posted a picture. V5, they're like the High Sparrow. They're the religious fanatics of the LPL, whereas Suning, they're the Lannisters. And in case you guys haven't seen it, the Lannisters win that fight with a big old explosive finish to the story. So I'm expecting that to come on out. I think Suning have been the most underrated team in the LPL this entire year, and I cannot wait for them to prove everyone wrong. But Suning are going to be the team that are stepping onto our stage first here. And it's been up in the top lane, SOFM in the jungle, Angel in the mid lane, Huanfeng and Sword Art down on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and Suning definitely have some avenues to play through. We already highlighted Bin, especially if he can get his hands on something like a Jax, which did get a bit of a buff this patch. The Camille he's looked phenomenal on and can try to bully out BB through the top side. And we've seen Victory 5 can struggle at answering side lane plays. That's actually how they got 2-0'd by EDG.
I love when we're watching Suning on the stage there. Sword Art has such an infectious smile. You can't help but smile along with him. Over on the side of Victory 5, though, stepping out onto the stage, Bew, Wei Wei, Mole, Sam D, and PP God. And so many of those names used to be names that you would say for a Suning squad.
Yeah, we always joke about, Suning Lion versus Suning Gold, Suning Orange versus Suning Purple. And it's going to be nice to see. And Victory 5 coming out with that same infectious energy that Sword Art has. And going back to that point, if you ever actually get to meet Sword Art in person, he's even like that. Even with the language barrier, you can just tell he's a very, jolly guy.
Yeah, he always seems to be coming across as a happy person. But also, I think the key thing is that he's always nudging his mate. He's always getting someone else involved and keeping the spirits high in the team. I think that is such an underrated skill for a player to have on a team.
And let's talk about that because, how many of these players have best of 5 in playoff experience? For the side of Suning, it's 3. You have SOFM, Angel, and Sword Art. Sword Art, of course, has been in playoffs so many times throughout his career. For Victory 5, it's only Mole. No one else has been in playoffs. Of course, Suning did make it last year when Wei Wei was on the team, but Wei Wei got subbed out for Hacker in playoffs.
Yeah, there's some significant experience just on Sword Art alone. Easily the most experienced player in this series. But SOFM as well, very much a legacy player here in the LPL. So it is a little bit of rookies from the side of V5. There are a few rookies on the side of Suning as well. We'll have to see, though. We're getting into Champ Select here, Lyric, for game number 1. Suning going to start things off on the blue side as they are going to be the higher seed. They get side selection for the first 3 games.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that they ban out the set right away. Of course, Wei Wei had an amazing performance against FPX. I wonder if Suning, I was going to say, are going to ban out the Renekton because we saw Victory 5 first pick that pretty much every chance they had, and Bewby's played 17 games of it this split compared to Bin, who's only played 9. So I think it's a smart ban, and Victory 5 answering with the Camille.
Oh, and look at the respect. We see the Zoe locked in for Angel immediately because they know they cannot give that to Mole.
And this opens up two avenues, in my opinion, for Victory 5. They could go with something like a Syndra, which of course has been a bit nerfed this patch. The LeBlanc is there as well, but Victory 5 instead saying, hey, we're going to play for that mid-jungle matchup. Galio, a lot about setting up his jungler for those 2v2s and even helping facilitate those invades.
I'm loving the speed that we're seeing this draft as well. Clearly coming in prepared, knowing what their opponents are wanting to go for here. So the Graves and the Galio on the side of V5, and now Suning have to answer. And this Lee Sin hover from SOFM would not be surprising at all. This is very much a comfort pick for SOFM. Has been across this year, but has been across his entire career as well.
Yep, and I would expect it to come through. I wonder if they'll go for something like an Ashe here, because we have seen that Ashe Graves combo has really been Victory 5's bread and butter. Of course, Ashe being a great facilitator with all that CC, so I'd love to see Suning lock that one in here.
Yeah, it's true of Suning as well. They've already played 9 games of Ashe across the course of this split. Aphelios was kind of their go-to for a long time, but most of the teams have tended away from Aphelios since the nerfs. So now over to the side of V5 to lock in their final rotation here for the first half of the draft. And this has been one of the typical answers to the Caitlyn and the Ashe in the bottom lane.
Yep, it also has a very strong laning phase. It works in the same way, facilitating your team with that CC ultimate. So I like to see it here. Sam D, of course, has played it and has had some good performances. I actually think he's played it more than any other AD carry in LPL. It's 5 games on it.
So now we look towards the top lane for the Bans here with V5 taking Jax away from Bin. Bin, when he does get that Jax, has looked absolutely terrifying. It got a buff coming into 10-16 as well. Ornn going to be the answer, though, and that is both of the top picks from BuBu now banned out.
Yeah, I expect BuBu to want to look for something either like a Mordekaiser or a Volibear, with the Wukong ban coming in, maybe signaling more towards the bear itself, because, of course, Mordekaiser is a great matchup into the Wukong, but BuBu definitely having a bit of a smaller champion pool, but against FPX, he showed us he's willing to pull out these carry champions, had a phenomenal game on the Lucian.
We'll have to see if something like the Lucian comes out. I'm hoping we get some spicy solo lanes, because as I mentioned before, the raw talent in both of these teams is really there, but the Tahm Kench bundle.
To me, it's signaling that they're trying to force V5 onto a Thresh pick right now. They're saying, hey, you take Thresh. If you don't, we're going to get it ourselves. Still a lot of support champions open.
And let's go back to the fact that Sword Art is known for Thresh. That's one of the picks that he really made his name on. But PP God going with this Bard pick that has been so successful for them in the past.
Yep, and it's also been so successful for the side of Suning. So I like that they don't take that bait. They don't go for the Thresh. They're sitting up for a lot of early pick potential coming out on their side.
It does mean that Thresh is open if Sword Art wanted to opt into that one. But Sword Art has also lent towards things like the Nautilus, the Leona, these hard engaged champions that can guarantee you'll be able to find a fight for yourself. And the Nautilus is going to be what they choose in here.
Yep, it's been his most played champion this split, tied with the Bard, coming in at 10 games. Gives you a lot of kill threat in lane, of course, coming out from the Dredge line. So at least for Suning, their 2v2 is going to be much stronger. But of course, we know Victory 5, they're not necessarily playing for that 2v2. It's about PP God linking up with Weiwei and Mole to affect the map early on.
So now we have to see a blind pick on the top side here for Bin. And we mentioned that Bin has been one of the true duelists of the league with a lot of solo kills in his pocket. And this would be a blind pick Fiora if it's locked in. Swaps to the Jace at the last second there. But Jace blind pick, we've seen this plenty of times in the LPL.
Exactly, and it's, you know, one of Bin's go-tos. It's nice to see they have a lot of early damage. And now we get it once again, BuBu's Lucian. And this was actually a matchup me and you were talking about we expected to see today, but actually in the mid lane, nice to see it come out from BuBu. Of course, Lucian much stronger in those first 3 levels, going to take the press, the attack. And now it's going to be interesting to see if BuBu can recreate that performance from up against FPX.
It's an incredibly strong lane. It bullies most lanes. Bin might struggle up there, but we'll have to wait and see, because so much of that lane is going to be down to the early trades and how well you can position the lane and such like. But down towards the mid lane here, because I'm curious how this Zoe versus Galio matchup goes. It feels like they both just want to clear the wave and get out onto the map.
Yeah, and the thing is, I expect it to be very 2v2 heavy, right? Because Galio has that massive taunt that can set up 4 Graves to come and maybe burn a summoner spell from Zoe and make it so she has to play safely near her turret. Same thing goes for Lee Sin, though. Lee Sin, Zoe, very strong 2v2. I'd say it's a lot more about looking outside of the lane, getting into the river, the enemy jungle, setting up sleepy trouble bubbles for SOFM to find that burst onto Weiwei.
It's interesting as well to see in this jungle mid 2v2 that we've talked about, the two very different styles here, where Angel is playing a carry and SOFM on the Lee Sin to set him up. On the other side, it's Weiwei with Graves to carry, and it's a Galio for Mole to make sure that he can help the jump.
And I mean, Graves has been Weiwei's most played champion this split, so it's something he's very proficient on. I'm interested to see how they're going to use this to influence the top lane matchup, because Lucian Jace, two very squishy carries, going to be very snowbally matchup.
It definitely feels like this is going to be a top side focused game here from both squads. We'll see who's going to be able to get the edge of things. It's time to kick off our quarterfinals in game 1. It's time to head onto Summoner's Rift. It is time to get our quarterfinals underway. Victory 5 up against Suning here, with Suning starting us off on the blue side as the higher seed. And it feels like a lot of this is going to be down to the top side of the map, Lyric.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. Like I said, Lucian having a very good laning phase into the Jace. You have the press attack, very easy to proc, you know, with any of your abilities and then your passive 2-shots. The thing I like about what Bin's doing is you see a lot of Jaces go Conquer in a lot of matchups or Phase Rush, instead going for the Electrocute because, you know, Lucian is a very squishy champion, going to go for those very short burst trades as well. And this signals me to think that Suning are going to play for that top side 2v2 or even 3v3, trying to bring in an Angel or a Sword Art.
I feel like it's so crucial to go for this aggressive rune in the top side as well, because if you don't, BuBu just has even more room to play with. He has even more opportunity to try and force an all-in. But you guys at home, you're liking V5 right now. Almost 80% of you English fans at home going on the side of V5.
And I do want to say, despite the fact that V5 finished 5th and Suning 4th, V5 actually have a higher win rate in individual games. V5 have a 63% win rate compared to a 59% for Suning, so I feel like the faith is well placed.
But the head-to-head win rate of this split is very much in favor of Suning. They managed to win out the series when these two teams faced earlier on in the split. It was a 2-1 win in favor of Suning.
And we go back to the matchup and see, you know, Bin respecting the strong level 1 coming out from BuBu, and he's going to be able to hit level 2 first right now. So Bin going to have to pay a lot of respect. And we also see that Weiwei is pathing up towards the top side, so it does show, hey, he wants to secure that top side scuttle. He wants to make sure BuBu has the vision to bully out in this matchup.
Yeah, really good respect coming out from Bin as Sword Art just goes slightly wide on the anchor there. But the level 2 power spike for Lucian is absurd. It is honestly one of the strongest level 2s in the entire game, especially in a solo lane where there's no support to help out. You can definitely find a kill with that press the attack.
Even just the base damage on his Q, it's like 95. It's one of the highest in the game. It's actually really absurd to take a full Lucian combo to the face, but I also like that SOFM is at least pathing bot early on, realizing, hey, Bin can absorb the pressure on my first clear, because there is some kill pressure in the bot lane, as we saw from Sword Art throwing out that dredge line, so gonna accept that he has to take the bot side Scuttle Crab because Victory 5 much stronger top side early on, and maybe gonna try to influence that top matchup, you know, at that 4-minute mark when he does go for that recall.
And I'm curious, Lyric, what your expectation is of the mid game here. Is
SOFM actually wants to go and contest.
It's going up to the top side. We could have a little bit of a fight on our hands. Weiwei the one on the Scuttle Crab to start things off here. Bear in mind this is a Lee Sin, so if it comes to a smite fight, he should win it out, but the Sonic Wave doesn't quite connect, and it does mean now Weiwei kind of has a bit of a tempo advantage to work with.
Oh, and looks like they're trying to set up a potential dive. Bin isn't very low.
Oh my goodness. In comes the TP from Mole. Bin starts onto BuBu, but he knows he can't get out of this one. Not even going to flash, and that's first blood for Mole.
And great to see from V5, because early on in the split, they never played around topside. It is definitely a card they added to their arsenal more recently, especially with BuBu able to play on this Lucian, which, let's remember, has been buffed this patch. Great to see.
Beautiful stuff, and it's Mole that gets that first blood as well. Mole has so much presence on this team to set everybody else up, but getting an early kill on Galio means you can influence the game so much more heavily.
Yeah, so he's going to get to that point where hopefully he can get a proto belt pretty early on, be able to clear those waves quite easily and start making those side lane plays with his ultimate. Now I'm interested to see what Weiwei will do from here, because the wave top is bouncing back in favor of BuBu, so we could see them set up for another potential gank. But we need to remember, Lucian Graves, no hard CC between them, so not going to be that easy if Bin does respect. He also still does have his flash because he didn't burn that during the dive.
So Angel going to use a teleport that he found off of a minion there. Still has his teleport available. So Angel thanking his lucky stars. So already had teleport advantage because Mole used the teleport to make the play on the top side. And then there's a bonus teleport as well, so still gets to keep his CS advantage.
I'm also really surprised that he's going for the cooldown boots. It's not something you typically see on Zoe. Usually is going for something like Sorcerer's Shoes to maximize that burst, but showing he wants that maximum amount of CDR, wants that maximum wave clear to make sure that Mole can't get out on the map and, you know, affect these other lanes.
Well, the early kill doesn't seem to matter to Bin as we've got to fight in the bottom side. PP God is the target, but the Magical Journey gets him out to safety. Ignite won't be enough. It's going to be Sam D able to heal him up and keep him safe in this bottom lane.
Still, they burned 2 summoners only to burn 1 themselves, and we were talking about how Suning's early dragon rate is so low
nice
that
trade there, Animal.
This might actually be the catalyst for them to be able to use this bot side pressure, look towards dragon. We see that Zoe, of course, is pushing out Galio at this stage in the game anyway.
And it's important to remember that we expect V5 to be the ones putting their foot down on the pedal in the early game. This is classic V5 play to find themselves advantages early on and start these fights off, because V5, they are one of the fastest teams in the entire LPL.
Yeah, they actually have the fastest average game time, second fastest in win, the fastest in losses, so it shows whether they are ahead or behind, they're always going to put their foot on the gas pedal.
They are going to make sure the pace is going high. Wei moving up to the top side once again here.
And it looks like they should have the wave. So BuBu going for heavy trading to set this one up.
Oh my goodness, BuBu might just get a solo kill. Bin forced to flash. In comes Mole as well. This is going to be the kill. And the Winds of War gets it. And Wei allowing that over to Mole.
Exactly. It's beautiful to see. And this is a very interesting adaptation that Victory 5 have made during playoffs, where against FPX, they gave up the first 2 dragons almost every single time to try to create a gold lead on the opposite side of the map.
This is beautiful stuff from V5 to find themselves the advantage in the early game. They're almost 1,000 gold ahead already at this stage. And so much now of this game is going to be on SOFM and Sword Art to set up plays in the mid-game, because that's when Suning usually find their advantages to get back into it.
It's going to be really interesting because both comps work in similar ways and are both obviously playing through burst, right? We have Jace, Zoe on one side versus a Lucian, Graves, and Jhin on the other. So these fights are all going to be very quick and about who can get that vision set up first to really, you know, abuse the poke coming out from a Zoe, from a Jace, or if Victory 5 can abuse Suning having to, you know, blind check some vision. Which actually shouldn't be so bad because they have an Ashe.
Yeah, that's true. They do have the Hawk Shot to be able to find their ways in. Also, Nautilus just being able to throw a dredge line towards a brush but not at a wall, so that if there's someone there, you hook them in. If not, you check the brush and it's fine. You see PP got caught out here. But I do want to mention that it feels like there's a lot of pressure on Angel in this game, because if we do end up in these situations where it's all about finding these picks before a fight starts, so much of that is going to be down to Angel performing on this Zoe, and he's against one of the Zoe masters of the LPL.
Yeah, and like you said, it's going to come down a lot to, I feel like, vision control, so Angel can find these good positions to hit those Sleepy Trouble bubbles over the terrain, set up for max range paddle stars. And right, we've had a slower game from Suning, but it's what we expected. We saw SOFM try to lean around bot side. It gave Sword Art and Huanfeng the ability to look for these aggressive trades, and we haven't really seen Suning in a position like this where Bin gets punished so heavily. So this is going to take a bit of a mental reset coming out from Suning, a bit of a change in direction.
Yeah, we'll see how they're going to be able to temper the storm, as Wei wants to keep this storm raging, moving up to the top side himself. But Bin, I think, realizes something's up, moves away from the play, puts a ward down onto this Herald, and can just make sure that he's keeping himself safe. SOFM over on the top half of the map right now as well. As Mole gets to shove in, maybe looking for a play towards the bottom side.
Especially at this point in time, I'd really like them to just keep heavily playing around top. We already see Wei going for his golems right now. Right now, Herald is up. There's no dragon or anything on the bot side of the map. So seeing Wei go, clear out his Krugs, make his way through topside river, start having PP God roam up now, and set up for that Herald play, which actually Suning look like they're going for themselves.
Suning going to start this one off. SOFM at least is going to start it off, because the rest of the squad is on the way. The bottom lane going to be slightly quicker here for Suning.
There's a pretty big item advantage right now, though, 4v5, as Mole already has Proto Belt.
Not if Angel can find himself a pick. Huge damage onto PP God. There's a hook onto Mole, as well as Huanfeng can follow up with the damage. V5 bullied out of the play as it begins here. Herald hasn't reset just yet, but now we'll go back as PP God barely dodges away from the paddle star there. BBU trying to move in, but SOFM over the wall. Sonic Wave is going to land. Is he going to go for the kick here? Flash on through. That was beautiful. And it's 2-1 now. There's Mole going to go down in the mid lane as well. Weiwei arrives too late, flashes into the play, and now he could be in trouble. Trouble Bubble is going to land, but that's a nice little magical journey to get everyone safe.
And Suning doing a great job of getting the setup. They realize, hey, no one on V5 can actually face check. They're all a bunch of squishy champions, so they control vision first. Angel playing the Zoe great. And then SOFM finding the individual outplay that we talked about. That's what we know him for, that individual prowess. And they get 2 kills.
And look, we said it during Champions Select, SOFM, he is known for his Lee Sin. It's a career pick for him. It's not just something he's played this split, something he's played his entire life. Angel in a bit of trouble here, but a double flash means he gets out nicely.
Once again, nice play coming out from him, but I really want to walk back and highlight the fact that there is one of the ways Suning can, start getting ahead, right? They brought their bot lane down first. They're able to control vision. No one's able to walk in. PB God's already low, like you said. Great counter engage right now coming out from Sword Art with that dredge line. Mole gets bursted right away from all the damage that Suning has, and no one else on the team is able to walk forward.
And it's great to see Sword Art playing well in these fights as well, because Sword Art is one of the players that, across the course of this year, I'm going to pause for a second here as Sword Art going to get his ward down. He's not going to go down to Mole here. He's had a bit of a rough year.
I do want to say for V5, this is one of their scary situations that Sword Art can abuse because, as we said, when V5 start falling behind, they don't stop. They keep pushing their foot on the gas pedal, so if Sword Art can be in prime position to punish with some of these dredge lines, with some of these ultimates, V5 are just going to keep snowballing the gold in the opposite direction.
And like we said it earlier on, these have the fastest win time and the fastest lose time in the LPL. Suning going to be able to clear the wave, though. BBU tried to go for the solo kill there.
Bin with double serrated Dirk, though, so all inning on that lethality, just trying to set up a position where he can burst out BBU right away. Of course, BBU going for that Blade of the Rune King.
Hey, I can understand it, right? You're against an AD carry. The best way to win that fight is just to try and one-shot it.
Yep, I completely agree. But hey, you're not going to get to one-shot anyone because guess what? Weiwei is going to continue to play around topside.
Yeah, Bin's in a lot of trouble once again. Needs to get onto BBU. He's tanking the tower. One more shot comes into the skies. And Bin with the outplay. That was gorgeous.
And it was great to see. That's what we talked about with that double-serrated Dirk coming out. Able to just delete Lucian in an instant. And now Suning get both Drakes. They got the Rift Herald. And even on the side of the map where they're losing and getting dove, they're still answering back 1 kill.
That is insane, and it means that that tower won't go down either. Obviously, the Herald was taken earlier on by the side of Suning, so V5 really don't get a whole lot of anything out of this play. It's all going the way of Suning so far as they get 2 Drakes for themselves, and they have the gold lead.
And Mole needs to be careful. SOFM has ultimate.
The kick is there. Everything to follow. The trouble bubble over the wall from Angel. But the Battlestar misses, unfortunately.
I want to see where they will use Herald, because I think it's best used mid, especially against the Gallia, right? Wants to get out of lane and make those global plays. If he's stuck next to his inner turret, that will be quite hard. But Suning have been a team known to get that plating gold on the Huanfeng.
Huanfeng has, generally speaking, been one of the real premier carries for this team. And bear in mind, he's a rookie talent coming in this year and has looked exceptional. So regularly being some of the highest in team damage percent across the entire league.
The fact that he is one of their prime late game carries, he does have that high damage percent when the team does not facilitate him.
Oh my goodness, the serrated Dirk's doing work at the top lane. Bin finds himself another solo kill here. Weiwei will answer, but Bin is just playing out of his mind.
Exactly, and this was why we highlighted that this could be the difference maker in the matchup. Bin being able to outskill BBU, and he took the punishment early on, was playing the 1v2s and 1v3s, now is looking great.
And I want to remind everyone that BBU used to be on Suning. Back in spring, it was Bin and BBU taking turns on this Suning roster. It was BBU that left to join V5, and it was Bin that stuck around. And since, both players have looked a lot better, but even with Weiwei up in this top lane the whole game, it's looking the way of Bin. But Weiwei, speaking of him, he's going to get caught out, CC'd up, but in comes Mole. With the Galio ult, it's going to deter the play here, but Sword Art could be in trouble himself. Used the Tempered Fate, now a stopwatch on top of it as well. Will get out with his life for now. Hooks Mole back in as Bin, BBU, sorry, goes down to start the play. Great kick coming out from SOFM, and this is all going the way of Suning. Sonic Wave to extend the play as well. Weiwei going to be exhausted by Angel. Suning grab themselves another couple of picks.
Yeah, and once again, they set it up with that TP coming in from Bin. They have the confidence that they have the damage to, you know, find the picks they need. Now they're opening up not only a gold lead, not only a dragon lead, but a turret and pressure lead across the map.
Yeah, I believe that was a Herald drop towards the top side, if I'm not mistaken, from SOFM. Now they can move into the mid lane as well with Angel here. Sam D has to be careful. Trouble bubble. Oh my goodness, it lands. There's an Ignite available. Angel can't close the gap, though. They will just settle for the turret.
Also, I don't think this gets easier for V5, because when you're facing this Lethality Jace, you're facing the Zoe on the opposite side, and you have no tanks, you have no frontline to absorb that damage. They're just going to get burst out immediately.
And this is great to see from Suning that they are matching V5 in this early aggression. They're saying, look, we know how you want to play. We know how you get your wins. We're going to play you at your own game.
It's a bit interesting, right? Because V5 were definitely the aggressors very early on. Like we said, the first 5 minutes isn't really a time that Suning themselves look to make plays. But once we did get to around that 8-minute mark, Herald coming up, that's when Suning want to start putting the pressure on, fighting for that Rift Herald, using a better rotation to secure the vision, and that's what all of this has come from. And then Bin himself outplaying on topside numerous times, getting him ahead in this lane matchup.
And we have to take a moment here and talk about SOFM, because 2 fights in a row now, he has looked exceptional on this Lee Sin, setting up not just the initial play, but using those mechanics to extend the fights and to make the play happen more significantly here, as the blue buff started by Suning. V5 looking to contest. SOFM going to get the smite, though. Has the safeguard available. Could be in trouble, but collateral damage goes wide from Weiwei. There's a route down onto Sword Art, but it looks like Suning, they get away with this.
And this is a difference maker for me, is the fact that Suning will have a front line. They will have Sword Art who can, you know, tank a lot of this burst damage coming out from the side of V5, and you have no answer coming out from them.
Yeah, and let's just quickly revisit that top lane matchup as well, because Lucian doesn't get to all-in Jace when he's half an item behind at this point in the game. This is only going to get worse for BuBu in that top lane, because you can see the gold difference on the left of your screen there.
And it's like you said, right? Lucian's an 80 carry. Jace is pretty much an assassin at this point, so he's never going to be able to walk forward. And this is Suning's map. I like that Bin's taking this Rift Herald now. The only outer turret left open is that one in bot lane, but they probably shouldn't even need it. It's already so low.
I love how much the Angel is playing with fire on this Zoe. That's twice now where we've seen him just barely get out of these tiny situations, but get out he has. Sword Art might not be so lucky, but the stun doesn't hit from PP God. And now maybe Sword Art can turn this one around, although Mole's coming in through the magical journey. This could be the moment for V5 to turn the game around. They get one pick for themselves as Huanfeng arrives. Needs to be cautious how far forward he steps, but Bin is here as well. Doesn't look like Suning want this play to end just yet.
The good thing for V5 is they actually didn't burn that many ultimates to make that play. We still have Sam D, Mole, and Weiwei's ultimates available, so they should be able to take this Ocean Drake uncontested.
SOFM is up, but he's not going to go for the steal here. This is going to be Ocean Drake now for V5.
One thing we need to keep our eyes on from this point onward is Bin, because Bin has that Rift Herald. Is going to consistently be split pushing. And as I mentioned earlier, up against EDG, when Xiaoshun got massive on the Camille, V5 didn't know how to answer, because V5 are a team that tends to overload one side of the map with 5 members to guarantee pressure. And when there is a split push threat like this Jace, they're not going to have a great way to answer.
So what is the potential answer from the side of V5? What do they do next to try and find their way into this game? Because to me, it seems like this Bard might be the window to the victory.
Exactly. The Bard is definitely the key, and it also goes to that overloading of one side to where we need to see 3-4 members committed down to either where Angel is or where Bin is. We throw out the Tempered Fate, we get a pick, and that's how we start to inch our way back into the game.
See if V5 have what it takes to come back. But I want to reiterate that this is a team that doesn't have that many comeback wins. They win fast, they lose fast. This is a team that thrives from snowballing. And here in Game 1, it feels like Suning so far know the answer to the squad, but we're not done just yet. It's only a 3,000 gold lead right now. The question is, what more can happen? It's been going to drop the Herald in this bottom lane, but nice Tempered Fate coming out from PP God to keep the tower safe. But with Angel arriving as well as a minion wave, they might be able to get it anyway. 3 strong for Suning in the mid lane. Curtain Call onto SOFM to try and force an engage here. Force shot goes in, but it's not too much damage. SOFM gets out.
And they have no one to go in to set up a big ulti play coming in from Mole, so Suning's still the ones to benefit getting that bot side turret. And now we're at a 4K gold lead for Suning.
This is just beautiful to watch from Suning, honestly, and I think A surprising start to the series for a lot of fans at home. This is going to be another tier 2 going down in the mid lane, but V5 want to make this one happen. Mole trying to get into the fray, but he's kicked out of his own ultimate, battered around and taken down. Suning with the first kill of the fight. They can keep this going all day long. View trying to do some damage, but the whole squad is Suning tanking it as a team.
Exactly, and ultimately, the pick doesn't really mean too much because there's no objective to transition into, but still getting more gold in your pocket, going to pick up more items. And as we said, scaling definitely in the favor of Suning.
And I think the important thing about this pick is not necessarily the kill for Suning, it's the denial of an engage from V5.
Yep, and once again, in my mind, V5 definitely came in as favorites despite Suning being the higher seed, so seeing such decisive gameplay coming out from Suning, taking away a lot of the key power picks in that Ashe and Zoe, and then beating V5 at their own game.
And you know what? Angel knows what league he's in. Look at his items. He's got his Ludens, and he's got himself a Soul Stealer. He's got 5 sacks so far, so he's not going to be popping off just yet, but this is something Mole does, this is something Knight does, this is something every single mid laner in the LPL seems to do.
And now it's all going to be about getting a bit of vision down for that Baron, despite neither team should be looking for that one this early on. Just getting some topside vision, waiting out that 2-minute window, and then transitioning into that next Ocean Drake. The good thing about Suning is their comp definitely does quite well in sieges. They have a ton of poke coming out, so if they do get set up either in front of that mid or topside turret, they can do a lot of work.
I want to quickly mention that Duskblade as well that's come through for the side of Bin, because that is a massive power spike for any lethality user. It does insane damage, especially when you've been in Fog of War. Jace, that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to blast you out of Fog of War, so the Duskblade going to do a huge amount of work with the shockwaves. Angel able to face check on this Zoe and get some vision as Weiwei and Mole pushed away.
And it goes back to what we were just saying, right? They want to control vision around topside, you know, set up to find any picks in topside jungle, make sure no Baron shenanigans are going to come out, and definitely going to be a slower paced game for the next minute. But we already see recalls coming out from Sword Art and SOFM, so now it's going to be about getting that Dragon set up. And we've already mentioned many times, right? Zoe coming out, the Jace, you just talked about the Duskblade. The poke is going to be so hard for V5 to deal with, and I'm not sure how they're going to be able to get anywhere close to River.
Yeah, it feels like this is about an explosive fight for V5. They need to find some kind of miracle engage where Mole can get into the middle of everyone, get a multi-man taunt, get that CC out. We need PP God with a great Tempered Fate so that Sam D and Bew can run around this fight getting their autos.
The problem is I don't even know how they would walk into their bottom side jungle, right? Because whoever you send in is just going to get blown up instantly. So that's why it looks like we're seeing V5 make this adaptation of realizing, hey, actually we can't face check our jungle. We can't... Ooh, PP God?
PP God's going to be okay. That was a close one, though. Not ideal for him. It's going to be one tower taken here inside of V5 on the top side, but Suning just say, hey, look, if you're going to split push on the top side of the map, we're going to take this Drake. We might just take more towers as well.
Yeah, and again, I can understand what V5 want to do, but Suning definitely feel fine with, even if they do end up losing this turret, right? They're going to get the third Drake. They're going to be on Soul Point. They're still going to be the ones in sole possession of the map.
So Ocean Drake is going to go the way of Suning here, no contest whatsoever. But Angel might have been found. He is on the Zoe, not the most mobile champion, but gets out with his life. Nice trouble bubble onto Weiwei. Sword Art might not be so lucky, but an instant flash. I like the respect coming out from Sword Art there.
Me too, because the only ways that V5 finds picks are instances like that, where Suning just walked into you, not thinking you'd be there, assuming you had recalled. Because at this point in the game, unless Suning give you that golden opportunity, they give you the golden Tempered Fate, I don't feel like V5 have a proactive way of putting themselves back into the game.
And I want to point something out on the scoreboard as well here, because look at Huanfeng's items. Usually we almost always see the Hurricane, but understanding that this is not a game for team fighting here for Suning. This is a game for snowballing, picking, and finding those opportunities. So it just says, look, I just need to not die. That is the goal.
Yeah, and right, it's all about burst for both sides, really. It's all about finding that collateral damage from Weiwei with the forward shot from Samdi after Mole set you up with a beautiful time. This isn't about long, extended fights for either side.
So now V5 going to be trying to clear their waves. We've got 4 minutes until this Ocean Soul goes onto the map. And Suning can threaten that one.
It's just going to be the same thing, right? Suning are going to push out mid and top, get vision set up in the enemy topside jungle, try to set up with these long-range picks either from an Enchanted Crystal Arrow or a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and maybe hope to get some chip damage down on top lane inner turret.
So is there something that you want to see Suning doing here to extend their lead, or is this just a matter of playing it cautious? Because, like, let's be honest, we know Suning are more than happy to just play things slow and play it cautious, play towards their win conditions.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's any reason to gamble on anything like maybe a cheeky Baron. Just get vision set up, get that chip damage down, because your comp's in such a great position to punish the enemy, even while they're answering waves over terrain like this, right? We have the volleys coming out from Huanfeng. Angel can get set up and throw out some Sleepy Shovel Bubbles and Paddle Stars. If any member walks too far forward, you throw out an Enchant Crystal Arrow, you get the kill. So look for that, wait out that 3-minute timer, and then especially once you have Ocean Soul, it just feels... it feels done and dusted at that point.
Yeah, Ocean Soul might just be the final nail here, but Suning, they're going to start things off here and kick off with a Baron. Now, they do have a relatively quick Baron, thanks to the fact that they've got that Ashe to work with, but also they have a lot of damage out of Bin as well. Sword Art happy to block this one. Just going to take all 4 shots. In fact, the 4th one does go through onto the Baron here, with 3,000 left. Tempered Fate to stall the play. Suning are going to back off of the Purple Worm because they wanted the fight after all. In goes Mole just to knock upon Sword Art though. SOFM with a 3-man kick. And in the meantime, everybody's onto Weiwei. Paddle Star block though. Ignite not quite enough, but the Sonic Wave is. And Huanfeng gets the kill credit. Now time for the chase down as V5 try and get out on their top side of the jungle. But once again, Suning find themselves a pick. Mole wants to find a taunt, but it's not happening.
And that's a new dimension to Suning. Suning aren't usually one of our cheekier teams who look for these aggressive plays, setting up for picks with Baron. Their comp is great at turning. They have a Nautilus, they have a Zoe, but they had the confidence this time. They went for it. Great setup. V5 almost got away.
Almost.
Exactly. Almost isn't good enough.
Exactly. And you know what? You say this is not Suning's style. Well, their style hasn't worked the last 3 playoffs. Maybe they're changing things up here against V5. Mole trying to contest, trying to get in. The Magical Journey is there. Could look for a taunt. Sword Art goes in, but maybe a little too deep. He's going to be burst on down. Oh, no! Mole gets the smite! It's all falling apart here. Suning desperate now to try and get out of the play, but Bew looking for SOFM. Huanfeng doesn't have anywhere to go on this one. And this is a miracle steal for the side of V5. This is the miracle run for V5. And maybe off of the top of a miracle play. In goes SOFM, but Bew can take him down in the meantime. Huanfeng looks like he might just finish his recall.
That is still absolutely insane. Mole, once again, the man showing up for V5. And heartbreaking for Suning. And this goes to a stat, Ming, you were talking about earlier. Suning have the worst win rate when they have a gold lead at 15 minutes out of all the playoff teams.
And here's the thing, right? We're talking about Suning, and we're talking about the fact that V5 actually has a better game differential across the course of the split, even though Suning's a higher seed. Suning are inconsistent at best. Like, so many of their series went to 3 games this split, even against teams that they should be a comfortable favorite against across the regular season, and these are the reasons why.
Yep, and we see here, V5 knowing, hey, like, they can't just wait and bleed out. They need to go for a big play. Looks like Mole potentially got the taunt off, and that's why he was able to secure that Baron. Either way, they went for the play. They had enough damage to secure it, and just a massive flop from SOFM. I don't feel like there's any other way to sell that one. It was a 5v4 round Baron as well.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt for Suning fans, but it's not the end of the game. Let's bear in mind that V5 not in a position where they can particularly siege or anything like that, and this Ocean Drake coming up in 30 seconds. So Suning, they have another opportunity here to try and finish the game, this time through an Ocean Soul.
And the thing is, right, we've already talked about how V5 can't really face check vision, which is what we see Suning trying to play around right now, setting up for Angel and Bin to deal all this damage. So I still feel like Suning should be firmly favored at this stage of the game.
Definitely agree with you there, but you've got to keep your eyes on Mole during these fights. If he can land big taunts and can do a lot of work, he'll be able to win things out, but Huanfeng really punishing him there, making sure that he knows he can't just step in. Weiwei almost gets one shot by Angel. Huanfeng caught out with the Tempered Fate. Does not have his flash available, but he gets out. The taunt doesn't land. It's going to be Bin going down as the first casualty of the fight, and Sword Art follows as well. SOFM might be next, but he jumps over the wall with a ward hop, and Huanfeng stunning someone under tower, but they're not tanking right now, so V5 win another fight.
Massive ultimate coming out for PB God. I thought it looked a bit dicey once Bin was able to knock back Mole, so he couldn't get the taunt, but still, they had enough burst, and it goes to this comp, right? Weiwei throws out the collateral damage. We see SamD being able to hit a forward shot. Of course, Lucian has a ton of burst as well, and the squishy members are just instantly deleted.
My goodness, I cannot believe V5 are doing this right now. They were so far behind. This felt like Suning's game to win. And now they have themselves a gold lead for the first time in maybe 20 minutes here. They've got themselves 2 Ocean Drakes. They've got themselves control of this game.
Yeah, again, so their Baron just timed out, so they're going to lose at least that easy wave control that they had guaranteed, but we're going to reset the map once again. No neutral objective up anywhere now. No Baron, no Dragon. So we're definitely going to be trading waves back and forth. But here comes the Tempered Fate. Notice Bin gets a great knockback. Bin gets instantly deleted by Mole and the rest of them. There's great collateral damage coming out from Weiwei as well. And Angel and SOFM just not in a position to really help it and interact with the team in any way.
Yeah, I mean, Bin sacrificed himself for the greater good there, because Huanfeng goes down guaranteed if Bin can't get the Thundering Blow, but obviously sacrificed himself to make that play happen. But let's take a quick look at the items across the board, because we mentioned this Magi Soul Stealer in the pocket of Angel as the Tempered Fate goes wide there. It's only on 5 stacks still. He's not had a single assist since he built that so long ago.
Yeah, and it does go to how V5 have at least tempered themselves, I'd say a bit. Not very much. They're still looking for this aggressive action, but they've been pushed into their own base, Suning not able to find those picks. Another itemization I want to look at is Huanfeng. Like you said, already indexing into all those defensive stats, just making sure he isn't able to get bursted out by picking up that Death Stance.
I'd love to see a QSS from him at some point in this game as well, because it feels like Mole getting a taunt onto him is really the game-changing moment in any of these fights. But if he can get a QSS, maybe he can get out of that kind of play.
Yep, for the side of V5, it's all about the taunt and the Tempered Fate coming out from PB God to set up all the damage they have. For the side of Suning, right, it is a lot more about having that correct setup down to abuse your range advantage with the Zoe and the Jays.
So now it's Suning on the side that's defending here. They're the ones that are just having to clear waves underneath their turrets. But we are getting to a point in the game where we have to bring up the topic of, you know, Lee Sin, not known for his great late game. Jace, when he's building pure lethality, not known for his great late game. Is there a point at which V5 just outscales here?
Actually, with how the both comps have rounded out, I don't think Jace's scaling really ever tones down, because you don't have armor coming out on the side of V5 to really dissuade the lethality coming out from the Jace. Even SOFM is going to work as another pseudo frontline to set up for his big damage dealers. It feels like with the build that Huanfeng went that you talked about, though, we are lacking a bit of DPS that would be nice, you know, at this stage in the game.
Yeah, that pickaxe, though, from Huanfeng, I've got a feeling that might be turning into an Infinity Edge to try and shore up that lack of damage that we quite often see out of Ashes, but it's worth mentioning that she does do decent damage towards the late stages as SOFM tries to make a play happen in the mid lane, but Anchor goes wide from Sword Art as well. Now Bew trying to return the damage, and it's a shooting gallery from the side of V5. In goes Bew to look for a second. The Tempered Fate to extend this play as Mole gets himself a taunt. SOFM surely goes down here as one more auto from Bew. 2 more kills from the side of V5, and Huanfeng getting chased underneath the turret. The taunt won't quite land, just trying to kite out with the slows, but Weiwei's there. The stun from PP God, and oh my goodness, have they found themselves an ace? This is all going the way of V5. I cannot believe they've made this comeback happen. Wei charging on in. As Angel, he's got to try and make the miracle happen. Finds one for himself. Almost finds the second one. The minions might just do it here. Samdi desperately life-stealing, and he somehow survives.
And it should be a massive comeback win for the side of Suning. We still have 15 seconds on SOFM.
This is insane. V5 might just have found themselves game 1 here, and not in the way that you ever expect V5 to win a game. This is a team that snowballs, but they make the miracle plays in the mid game, and they find themselves game 1.
And again, like you said, the complete opposite of what we expected. Suning doing a great job of counteracting a lot of those early plays, especially around Rift Herald, generating that massive gold advantage. We saw Bin could do whatever he wanted to Bew. Bew had no choice in that matchup. One cheeky Baron, which is not what we know Suning for. That is not a staple of the Suning playbook.
And it's
what led to their downfall.
That's going to be rough as well for Suning, because they had this game in their hands. We were saying on the cast, like, this one's pretty much done. If they could get the Barret, if they could get this Ocean Drake, like, the game's probably over in their favor. A missed smite from SOFM, a controversial Baron call in the first place, and V5 just snapped this game up in an instant.
I don't even feel like they needed the Baron. They had like another minute, could have gone for that Ocean Soul. But like you said, even the call, whatever way you want to think on that one, just the misexecution coming out and Galio being able to secure that one himself is going to be hard to mentally come back from. And, you know, touching on the mental aspect, I do want to also hit on Suning haven't played with any of their subs all split long. So you don't expect to see someone like View come out to where V5, let's say V5 do go down a game or two. They could bring in Y4 and try to get that mental reset. So Suning just going to need to, you know, pull themselves up with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is only one game. And I think one thing that Suning can take away is, hey, they won the early game to mid game, right? They looked fantastic. So More of that, less of the controversial Baron play, less of the risky play, because that's the thing. They didn't need to go for the Baron. That's the big thing I want to drive home here is Suning opted into that Baron play. V5 took advantage of it. But now I'm a little bit nervous for Suning, because if V5 can get this momentum, if they can win some of these early games, like, that's an early game that I was not expecting Suning to win. So if we have a rinse and repeat, but V5 gets ahead, it's going to start to look really rough.
I'm interested to see how the draft and the comps evolve, because like we said, we look at these comps. Jace, Zoe, Lee Sin on one side, Jin, Graves, Lucian on the other. Again, both are very bursty. Whichever one can get on top of the enemy carry first, they're just going to flat out win. We saw that numerous times in this game. And maybe Suning need to go more towards a style they know. There are picks here I like. Obviously, SOFM's Lee Sin early game was beautiful to watch. Angel did a lot of work on this Zoe, and Bin on the Jace looked nice, but maybe getting Huanfeng on something that does have more of a scaling element that we know him for, as Ezreal just looked phenomenal. Things like that could be a nice route to look at.
I think even just changing up the top lane, right? Obviously, there was a lot of bans towards the top lane, but when I think of Bin, I don't necessarily think of things like the Jace. It's usually things with big teamfight ultimates like the Renekton and the Wukong. Granted, both of them were banned, but even the Gangplank that we saw more recently out of him can influence these teamfights in a more significant way.
It was something I expected him to go for, like when we first started seeing how draft was working out, because when you do have this Astronautus, you're starting to think, okay, they're going to play a bit around bot side, but drafted the Jace. And again, I actually have no problem with the Jace. He even played it, I'd say, much better than anyone can ask. Like, absorbed so much pressure.
2v1 lane, basically.
Yeah, it was great to see. So, I don't know. I guess if I'm Suning's coaching staff, you come back, you just shake it off. You're like, hey, guys, like, that was our game. We know the obvious mistakes that were there. Let's just reset for game 2.
And let's bear in mind, Suning have choice of sides, so they can just rinse and repeat this draft, honestly. Unless V5 changes the strategy, Suning could just rinse and repeat. And look, it looked great for the vast majority of that game. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see them just shake it off, go again, try and do the same strategy again, because the most impressive thing to me was that they were winning those early game skirmishes. V5 falling behind is usually a death sentence for that squad.
I mean, we saw why, right? Because when they started falling behind, they kept running full force at Suning. It just kept on dying, and the gold lead was getting worse and worse for them. But
and then it worked.
Then it worked, yeah.
And V5 managed to get themselves game 1. We're going to jump into a quick break. We'll see if the miracle run for V5 can continue right after this.
There's no way, man. They're literally the worst team in the LPL.
Seriously, mate. I would be amazed if they get a single win this split. Yeah, you should just let it go at this stage.
Seriously, dude. It's just getting weird now. I think you should drop it at this stage. Nobody believes in this team.
And now, bringing down international champions, V5 are on the rise.
If V5 has only one fan, that is me. And if V5 has no fans, that means I am no longer on this earth. If the world is against V5, then I am against the world.
镜头一切回来，实时画面，我们会发现狼行直接顶前面，先打出踢车马一波闪现，再一顶没能顶出来，他们一口试着一个残血的狼行，而在屏幕的上方，旧梦是被西叶给拿下，西叶直接偷了一大招，一笔直到环视彼身刮残了，直接把伊子给刮死了。3000多的血线，这里还想再撞一个头锤，先撞起了个悲伤，谢一个强弩，掳到悲伤在屏幕的右方，再一个 Q 型的2段 Q， 直接将其杀掉，谢单人换掉了打野。这个时候老格列在人数上是有一个优势的，4个人，但是状态并不是很好，狼行只能先行撤退了，签约惩到这条水龙，3条小龙在手，踢车马的位置一直要被 Karma 所输出，吃掉了 Karma， 吐出来之时 Karma 到了一个很好的一个位置，他直接万箭齐发，疯狂输出签约，在一个关键性的杨凌生息，保住自己一个残血的狼行，杨凌生息结束之时，奥文直接一波 double Q 为这场团战收尾。
位置还是被抢了，而且鳄鱼的位置不错，鳄鱼的一个侧面绕后的位置，
他是可以去切到 Karma 的，而且鳄鱼这波是有闪的，看看能不能先去把千珏的这个大招给打出来啊！海明一剑想先发难，但是空掉了 ，Missy 直接举盾，一个人扛住了前面的所有的伤害，南山直接把龙给拿下，鳄鱼直接到后排，正好这个 Q 技能直接把 AOE 拉满了，可以把小波闪现，这个是发条，这个时候拉了一波不错的大招，两边是打了一波前排的一个互换，鳄鱼再一波闪现 Q， 再接普攻，一波 double Q 的鳄鱼还在去吃后排，西叶强行的去拉扯一下，想去收一个 Missy， 能换掉吗 ？A 不出普攻之下 ，Q 技能是打出来了。
那这波南枪就不会继续追，甚至这个河蟹都可以抢下来。但是南枪他身上是有一个惩戒的，
而且这波因为
就看
的下路双人组已经过来掩护了，
是就看 Mark 能不能打到了，直接闪现抢。
哇！只要双招抢下来，实际上被套了一手虚弱，但自己因为有一个灵光有一个猛冲的情况下，自己第一时间没被减速。Missy 交了一波闪现，一个超远距离的隔墙闪，但踢车马自己怎么办？踢车马也交一波闪，但是闪现没有过墙，踢车马已经先走了，千珏一波 double kill， 又收一波南枪，这里鸠梦也不好走啊，感觉千珏要射出第3箭了。寒冰最后把这个人头给补到。
依旧是缺少2个先手开团的，不过8条有大招要小心。
那其实这样子去换，我觉得对于老干爹来说不是很赚。
主要是能不能拿下
看龙的归属吧。Missy 先顶盾向前，一个大招先打到了一个龙坑里，踢着马闪现看一下，退回来2个人，瞬间秒杀了块儿，谢也走，双 C 都没了。这个时候只剩下平常的酸手拿下大龙，他身上有大招吗？他有大招要落吗？梁立生一落下来，在我们已经看不见的地方，但狼行也被2个人给收掉。这一波 WE。 虽然说拿下所有的大龙，但是最后只剩一手露露的一个龙环。
命令已下达，交出来吧。
回家补给，然后再 TP 过来，6000多的血线。这个时候皮娜的刚刚从泉水复活，西野这波要进去，4000多的血线。Morgan 这个时候闪位置也不是很好，看一下布隆只能先举盾保护一下队友，几个人全部被堵在龙坑里面。南墙稳稳的拿下这波大龙，同时落地一波踢车马，他脚踏风火轮，能不能改变这波的战局？西野直接切过去，他切死了，他拿了一波 triple Q， 西野还在这边去拉塔，我的天，再收一个，再拿一个人头，夸抓 Q 的西野，
他们要逃命了。
就我们已经赢了第1个 BO5嘛，就接下来的话会更加努力去世界赛的。苏宁下路比较偏发育吧，然后辅助很喜欢游走， 打他们的话，我们会加快进攻节奏，就不让对面有发育的机会。
I love to hear it from PP God saying, hey, we're going to ramp up the aggression in that bottom lane. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric once more. And V5, against what I'm saying, managed to find themselves a comeback in game number 1.
Yeah, V5, again, pulled it off. Like, nice barred tempered fates to find that comeback win. But I'm going to go ahead and say, I don't want to see Suning with a gold lead at 15 minutes. They have the worst win rate out of playoff teams when they're winning at 15 minutes.
Yep.
They just need to lose.
And it's important to mention that while we did say that V5 don't usually come back, we did also say that Suning is probably the most inconsistent team in playoffs and regularly throws the game. So I feel like this is a perfect matchup to be flip-flopping all over the place. MVP for game number 1, though, was PP God. And, I mean, his tempered fates were just magnificent. All game long looking amazing.
And when you look at their composition, he really had to be the man to set those engages, right? Yeah. We had a Lucian in the top lane, Gallia with no targets, really ult 2 to get in these fights where he can try to walk up himself, but then he's just going to get bursted out. And these were the tempered fates that we're talking about, able to get on the back line and been doing a great job to be a bro and save his AD carry, but still goes down. We see SOFM and Angel not in position to really follow up on that. And even here, Suning were the aggressors in most of these fights. They aren't able to, hit the required CC or land the key abilities, and then great counter engages coming out from Mole and PP God setting up this win.
Such a beautiful game coming out from V5 once they got beyond that sort of mid-game, because it was definitely dicey at the start when Suning managed to find themselves some advantages, but off the back of the win around the Baron for V5, they were able to snowball so effectively, and it felt like that was the moment in the game where something flicked, and suddenly V5 playing with sheer confidence, and Suning didn't seem to know how to get back on the horse.
It looked like the reverse for Suning as well. It looks like once those mistakes came out, they panicked, because that's when we saw that engage try to come out from SOFM mid, where they're trying to force a bit too heavily. Sam D flashes away, then he's like, oh my god, I'm left in the middle of the enemy team. Has to get out of there. Swordart goes in and saves him. Swordart goes down, and Suning looked like they crumbled a bit under that pressure.
And I'm really hoping for Suning that that's not going to be a theme here, because Suning, there's a lot of rookies on this squad, but they need to rely on the veterancy of Swordart. You can see him chattering away there, getting the game plan set out, because they looked great in the early game. Suning started things off exceptionally well for themselves, and the mechanics are so clearly there. Angel looking great on the Zoe. We saw SOFM's Lee Sin really popping off in the early game, so we want to see more of that out of Suning, less of the Baron.
The thing is, they have a very experienced coaching staff as well. Of course, they have 4Leaf coming in from Flash Wolves, known as Cha Shao. They have Fury, who used to be on the roster, a very well-known Korean AD carry. Helper, another very well-known Korean top laner. They have Dien, who used to be the mid laner for Suning a very long time ago. So they have a lot of coaching experience, they have a lot of player experience as well to back them up. And now a lot of it's going to come down to SOFM and Swordart, who we've talked about, to bring that veterancy to the roster and make sure some of the younger players don't crumble under, a game 1 loss.
So I have just been informed as well. Apparently it is from today, from our quarterfinals, it is losing team pick side. So the higher seed just gets side pick on the first one. So at this point, it is going to be Suning picking side still, but because they lost game 1 as opposed to because they're the higher seed here. So, and once again, it is still going to be the same way around. It's still going to be Suning on the blue side here for game 2, but that does affect how the rest of this series is likely to go.
Yeah, and I still want to say, I expect Suning to be able to pick up a game because, like you said, Suning, even during the regular split, always went to game 3. They were our second highest game 3 team in all of the league, so Suning are a team that have been known to bounce back.
So we're into draft here, and we'll see what Suning have up their sleeves and whether or not they're going to change things up. Because I feel like, honestly, the draft went fine for Suning in game number 1. Most of the game went fine for Suning in game number 1. I'm curious if they feel like any of this was an issue.
Thus far, it's the same. The only thing left open that they banned last time was the Renekton. We'll see if they go for that once again, or if they opt into trying to first pick that themselves.
The Graves banned away from Weiwei, and I can understand that. Weiwei did look good. And I mean, Weiwei always looks good on the Graves. Weiwei seems to look good with whatever he picks.
So now you wonder, does Suning go for the first pick Zoe once again, or because now that the Renekton's open, do they take that one away from Bubu?
We'll have to see what the ban is going to be here for V5, whether they do try and focus towards that top lane. Whether this Renekton is something that they fear on the first pick, but it's going to be mutual respect in the jungle. And SOFM loses that Lee Sin, so now Suning have to change tact coming into game 2.
I love that ban for the fact that every other jungler that they play is a shared champion between Weiwei and SOFM. The Lee Sin's really the only one where I'd say SOFM looks like a clear standout and Weiwei isn't really known for it himself. So, again, now it's about, are they going to take that Renekton, which V5 kept first picking against FPX?
They certainly are. Ben going to grab that one for himself. It's a very, very high priority pick in this series because BuBu has played it 17 times across the course of this split, but Ben going to have that one for himself in the matchup. And I'm curious now what BuBu thinks is the best answer to this.
Yeah, I was going to say I expect Mole to pick up the Zoe, but now there's a few different options for V5 because we only got to see V5 one game on red side against FPX. They definitely prefer blue side. Do they want to take an early Ashe here, which has been SamD's go-to all split long? Or do you pick up, you know, a different priority jungler, maybe something like the Volibear?
I'm curious where we go, what direction in that bottom lane specifically as well, because PPGod said in that interview they're looking to tone up the aggression on the bottom side of the map. It's obviously not what we saw in game number 1 because everything was so topside focused, but we could see things changing up here. So it looks like Weiwei may opt into a more supportive jungler here with the Trundle.
This one's a bit of a surprise because we've seen teams fall away from this pick, you know, in recent series, instead preferring to go for things like the Set, things like the Volibear. So gonna take this one. It's setting up more for this comp that doesn't want to kite back once the siege. You're gonna have some good disengage and some good peel coming out from the Trundle as well. Is a very strong early duelist, so that's one area where we know Weiwei thrives.
So now over to the side of Suning as they have to decide what matchups they're going to go for here. They can go for the Syndra in that mid lane. Very safe pick into the Zoe. And this Ashe, it would not surprise me to see Huanfeng lock this in, but it would have been nice to see him on something like the Ezreal that he has had some truly standout games.
Especially then they have a strong top laner, they have this mid laner that can play a lot around soul lanes and leave Huanfeng to scale up on his own, which is what PPGod even expected them to do, but Suning setting up for this very strong early game-oriented pick composition so far. Syndra going to do quite well into the Zoe early on, but we need to remember she has been nerfed. It was the late game damage coming out from her Q, so
one thing that is incredibly valuable about this pick for Suning, though, the Ashe, is that it does limit what SamD can do in the bottom side. Because when you look at SamD's picks across the split, Ashe by far his most picked champion. But then his second most picked is the Kalista, which really doesn't do so hot against Ashe in that bottom lane. So you can limit the aggression somewhat in the bottom side from V5.
And this is how we saw FPX beat them in the regular split. They banned out the Kalista, they would take away the Ashe for themselves, and then SamD was really left with nothing else to pick. Obviously now feels very comfortable with this Jhin, and we saw in game 1 he had a bit of an impact later on, but still, I wouldn't say it was exactly what we know SamD for, like earlier on in the split where he was putting up massive numbers in the game.
We're going to see two junglers banned here. By the side of V5, Lilia and Jarvan. I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised to see Lilia about this coming through, but she has been increasing in priority, certainly from what we hear from scrims.
Yep, and SOFM has been spamming her in solo queue alongside Angel playing some interesting champions, but we haven't gotten to see any of those yet. We have the Syndra already locked in.
Yeah, we'll come around to that if it ever roots its head around, but Tahm Kench going to be removed, so PPGod doesn't get that pick. BuBu also can't have the big team fight ult in the form of the Ornn here. And now we could be looking towards things like the Mordekaiser and the Wukong for the top laner of V5.
I think V5 might even just go back towards the Bard. Like, you have a bunch of immobile carries on the side of Suning, so you're still going to have that Tempered Fate threat able to come out and pick off a lot of these members. And then once again, just save counter pick for top.
Looks like they're not going to opt for that strategy here, going for the Gangplank here to answer, which is something BuBu's only played one time, but now that Bard you mentioned before is open for Sword Art.
And I was dumb, obviously Suning at first pick top, so makes sense to just get the counter pick now. Of course, GP does great in this matchup. It's only BuBu's second time playing this champion, so that's going to be interesting. And Suning instead wanting to default towards, I'd say, comfort.
I'm a little bit surprised that they don't go for the Bard here because, I mean, let's be honest, the Bard is also comfort for Sword Art. He's played it equally to the Nautilus across the course of this split, but the Ashe-Bard combo, we have seen some insane success with that as a duo. I mean, SamD and PPGod specifically, I distinctly remember them making some insane long-range picks down in that bottom side of the map. But now for SOFM in this last pick.
This signals to me that they are cognizant and want to play more around their bottom half of the map, to where obviously Nautilus does have that kill pressure in lane alongside the Ashe. You're going to be able to guarantee that pressure. And now along with this Olaf, Suning very much signaling they want to play to start stacking up early Drake. So completely shifting their play style from the regular split to now, what I'm guessing is to try to counteract what V5 have always been known for.
Trying to play a little bit more around the early game. PPGod here, I think realizing that, going for a bit more of an aggressive support that can set up for the rest of his team, because if he can get that CC down, his carries certainly have a lot of follow-up damage.
Again, once again, a lot of burst coming out from both sides. I'd say Suning's comp does look a bit more interesting in the early game. Also, something to note is that they picked the Olaf into the Trundle, which obviously Trundle's always been viewed as the answer to Olaf because you could pillar him out from being able to pick up his axe. Your Q also does quite well with, stealing away that AD, so SOFM going back to a bit of comfort, even in a unfavorable matchup.
But that's not something that's super uncommon in the LPL, right? A lot of our players in the LPL are favored to just go for a comfortable champion as opposed to the perfect matchup. And we've seen it succeed in the past. We'll see if SOFM can make it succeed here today with this Olaf pick. But again, early aggression is the name of the game from SOFM. We saw that in game number 1. We'll see if it's going to be the repeat performance or whether he goes for more of a power farming version of Olaf.
Yeah, and the great thing for him is he has set up in all 3 of his lanes, so I still expect a slow start. Olaf is one of our junglers who likes to get off that full clear. He has, such a fast clear speed as well. But then around that level 4 mark, you have a Renekton on the top side, you have some setup there. Mid, you have Scout of the Week on the Syndra. Ashe and Nautilus are going to be able to provide a lot of support, but I would expect Suning to play around the bot side in that 5 to 7 minute mark and start picking up those early Drakes.
It's important to mention as well, though, that Mole has his Zoe, and we know what Mole can do on this pick. Angel wasn't able to have enough of an impact in game number 1. Let's see what Mole can do here in game 2. We're ready for game 2 here between Victory 5 and Suning. So many of the players on the Rift have played for Suning over the years and now colliding in playoffs in our first quarterfinal. So much dignity on the line between these two teams, especially for Suning after getting such a tremendous lead in game 1 and losing it all to the Baron.
I agree, and the thing that's going to be interesting about this matchup, right, is this is the highest both organizations have ever finished in LPL playoffs. Suning as an org have made it every summer split since they qualified in 2017, but always fell out in the first round. V5 have been nowhere close to playoffs since joining the league last year, so already this is a career high for both orgs, but you definitely don't want it to end here, especially when you could fight for that potential spot in the regional finals.
Yeah. This is a career high.
To win LPL, actually. Why am I saying regional finals?
Yeah, there's still a whole tournament before the regional finals come on through. But this is a career high for every single player on the side of B5, and especially for the likes of Mole. I think this is going to be, this playoffs in general has been such a huge moment for him, especially after Spring. Spring was rough for Mole. You could see that. I mean, the spring performance out of Mole versus the summer performance out of Mole feels like a case study in mental boom to me.
Yeah, and we need to remember that he even said coming into the split, his only goal was to win 5 games, guys. Mole just wanted to win 5 games. And, I mean, he's way overperformed that expectation.
Yeah, he's doing all right. He's managed to make it to playoffs. He's managed to make it to guaranteed top 6, and we'll see if he can keep that ball rolling, because I know a lot of you fans at home are hoping for V5 to make it to that World Championship. I'm hoping we get to see Schalke versus V5 at some point in the near future.
Yep. I also want to go back and highlight that we do see phase rush on Olaf. I actually saw this 2 days ago when Weiwei himself picked it up against FPX. Obviously, gives you a lot more sticking power on these targets once you are able to hit that axe. I'd say it's a bit more versatile in team fights, obviously being able to maneuver around, get in and out, especially up against Trundle when you aren't really looking for those duels.
Nice aggression in this bottom lane out of Sword Art to start the series off. And I want to quickly mention what's at stake here, because obviously both of these teams, they'd love to win this series, they'd love to make it through into the semifinals, maybe even to finals, maybe even just guarantee qualification for Worlds. But Worlds is really what this is all about. And both of these teams, if they lose the series, can still make it to the regional final. It just becomes much more difficult, and there are a few more factors in whether or not they're going to be able to make it to the World Championship. So just getting a win in this best of 5 makes life a lot easier. Angel now could be in trouble as Scout of the Week goes through onto Wei. Nice stun coming out, and the flash means that Angel gets out with his life.
Still, this is all you need to do is Trundle, and why Trundle is so good up against Immobile Mage is you just walk in lane, throw down your pillar, and most of the time that guarantees a flash out from the enemy mid laner. But Suning have Prio in the bot side, SOFM's already here, so sadly Weiwei isn't going to be able to translate that into the bottom scuttle.
Yeah, can't get that bot lane Scuttle Crab. It means that SOFM grabs that one and heads back to base, and Weiwei has to settle for the top side on this one. But with A Renekton and a Gangplank on the top side of the map, you don't expect much pressure coming up that side from Weiwei specifically.
Yeah, and he could potentially look right now because Bin is a bit overextended, but we also see SOFM is naturally heading towards outside since he did full clears jungle towards bot. So it looks like that Bin got the bounce back. So I wonder if they would try to set up something on the GP. I don't feel like it's really necessary. It would just be a bit of a luxury kill for the Renekton. I still feel like the goal for Suning is now once they get through this next jungle clear and end up bot for Drake.
That'll be the question, is if they can set something up for Drake, but they're going to go for Bubu on the top side. Immediate flash, but Bin follows it, looks for the stun. There's going to be an orange, so gets himself out of the CC, but SOFM is going for a kill here. He wants blood. First one will go to him, but it's a trade kill. And now Mole can answer. V5 are finding everything they want. There's a flash in the pocket of Mole. Bin can't go anywhere from this one. Does get a stun, but realistically, there's no way to get through that health bar. Mole chases over, uses his real flash, and gets the second kill of the game.
And great play from Mole. You need to remember a big part of Zoe's play pattern is her passive, which is empowered auto attacks after use ability. So Mole feeling confident he can win that 1v1 regardless. And I just said, Suning didn't need to really go for that top pick. It would have been a luxury kill had they gotten it. It was great to get the flash, but then over-committing. And, I mean, 2-for-1 trade going the side of Victory 5. And guess what? Bubu ends up missing it on nothing because he TP's mid to just catch that wave.
Yep, Bubu able to grab the wave mid. We get to see Mole as well pushing out on the top side. And you mentioned Bin over-committing to the kill on the top side there. It felt a little bit personal to me. These guys used to be on the same team. These guys were arguing for a spot as the top laner for Suning. And you can see that a little bit in Bin's play.
I feel like it felt personal.
Hang on, PP God engaging on the bottom side. Sword Art dodges the root though. Weiwei moving in, but I don't think they'll finish anything off just yet. Sword Art's still pretty tanky in the early stages of the game. This is Weiwei forced out by Huanfeng, who is stepping a little bit too far forward there.
I mean, this looks personal from both sides. You remember, Weiwei was on Suning last split.
There's a hook coming out. Sam D forced a flash.
Yeah, that was a bit too much coming out from V5. But I think both junglers, I think SOFM on top side was the one who looked pretty angry at Bubu. But as we said, guys, a lot of shared history between these teams.
And it's good to see as well. I like that we're getting to see some raw gameplay out of these two teams. Some of these plays don't necessarily feel as rehearsed as we often see in the LPL. Quite a few of these feel like this is a moment where it's like, all right, I'm going to go for the play. I'm going to make this happen. I'm going to get playoffs.
Yep, and now SOFM need the Scuttle Crab. Again, I'm surprised they're not just trying to aggressively look for this Drake. We need to know Bubu does have Cannon Barrage to where Bin would just have to walk down to influence the team fight. So maybe that global pressure dissuading SOFM from wanting to look for this. I do expect him to also want to look to hand off blue to Angel at this point as well.
BB taking a bit of a hit there. Doesn't quite get the barrel back onto Bin. This is one of the things about Renekton versus Gangplank. While Gangplank is obviously a late game carry, usually will struggle in the top lane, can do a good job of weathering the storm against the Renekton, can cleanse the stun, but also, importantly, can get a lot of damage down with his barrels when Renekton goes in on top of him. So, if you're doing a good job so far, as SOFM moves into the mid lane here, but everybody is here from V5. Pillar can do a lot. SOFM has the Ragnarok available, has to use it, but might go down anyway on this one. Doesn't have flash, the chase on through, and it's kill for Weiwei.
Yeah, and we see Suning looking for this pick in mid. They look for the two-man setup, aren't able to get it. Weiwei was already hovering bot side, which gave Sam D PP God push, allowed them to move mid and answer.
Beautiful stuff coming out here from V5.
And this goes back to what we said about V5, that when they look for plays, they do tend to just all in on one side or one play. They very much are a team. And that was one of the highlight differences between Suning and Victory 5, is that Victory 5 tends to do things as a 4-man or a 5-man core, to where Suning is a lot more about SOFM, maybe Sword Art trying to interact with the individual laners.
And speaking of SOFM, let's bear in mind that Suning went for this Olaf pick. Despite it not really being the most advisable pick into Trundle, it was a comfort pick for SOFM. It's not looking so hot so far in this game.
And I'm guessing that this is just both teams not feeling comfortable with the Volibear after he got the movement speed nerf on his Q. I have heard talking from some players, they think it's quite large, they think it bumps him from S tier. But they also said they still think he's a fine champion, can be played in the meta, is also a flex pick between top and jungle. But they did first pick the Renekton, so maybe not just valuing that one straight up in jungle in isolation. You're also up against a Trundle who is going to steal your tank stats.
It's worth mentioning as well that even if it even if Volibear gets bumped from S tier, I wouldn't exactly call Olaf S tier right now in terms of the meta. We don't see that many teams like first picking Olaf right now.
We never see Olaf. I mean, again, Weiwei himself played Olaf against FPX. That's the only game in recent memory.
Huanfeng going to find PP God in the jungle here.
He has Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but they don't have any vision of where the other Victory 5 members are, so they don't commit.
And also, with SOFM on the top side of the map right now, they know that they're not going to have any support on that play. Bin, though, has had himself some solo time up on the top side, and with a Cannon Wave, might just be able to finish off a second tower play, but Huanfeng, you've stepped too far forward, but the Zenith Blade won't connect, and PP God not level 6. So Huanfeng's going to be all right.
Yeah, and overall, this definitely benefits the side of Suning. You can see BB's feeling a lot of pressure from knowing his jungler's been around bot side to where they don't know where SOFM is. They obviously know now because he's picked up Herald. And now V5 don't have a Bard that can stop that massive Herald play. And this is more reminiscent of the Victory 5 we saw all split long, where it's leave BB on an island, play through the pressure you can generate with bot lane picks as well as, you know, Mole on Zoe.
And that's the big question to me is what picks can they start to create for themselves? Because V5, they're a team that very explosively will get onto the map in the next few minutes. And I'm curious at what point you're expecting Lyric V5 to start making these explosive plays.
I think even now, right? I think Weiwei can start hovering mid. They're going to have to get a bit of vision control because Suning have done a great job at getting 3 control wards around Angel's lane, so he's not going to feel much pressure. So we see Weiwei and PB God link up right now, clear out some of that vision, and then start making more plays around mid as we saw earlier, and transition that into hovering bot and maybe make a play for bot turret.
Weiwei moving towards the mid lane here, getting some vision down for the top side, but not going to make the play just yet. Scat of the Week comes through. Mole gets stunned, but can't commit to anything. Has been finding an opportunity onto Bubu here. Conqueror pop, so is Dominus. Flash is available on both sides. The orange used to get rid of the stun. Bin looks like he's happy with the way the play went. Doesn't want to overcommit because Weiwei's moving in here.
The discipline was nice from Bubu to see him not use his ultimate, but still it gives Suning this opportunity in mid. They are going to be able to share that plate gold, and I mean, this is a pretty good position for them. Now they're threatening plays on bot side.
It's a really nice play coming out from Suning to find themselves some turret plates, find an opportunity on the top side in the meantime. And SOFM gets to clear out this jungle, teleport in the mid lane from Mole.
And I do want to credit a lot of that play to Bin, because Bin aggressing onto Bubu forced Weiwei topside, which opened this window for Suning.
SOFM's been caught again though. Ragnarok available, flashes out. And even with a cannon barrage, SOFM is out of that.
Yeah, the pillar was good. Like, it was good and bad, right? It forced the flash, but also didn't allow for anyone to be able to follow up on the play.
SOFM didn't even Ragnarok, by the way. That was just phase rush and a flash. He just sprinted away.
That is the versatility of phase rush and why so many love it as a rune right now. Can be used in both offensive and defensive situations.
Really nice stuff coming out. And I think important as well that SOFM is not getting caught again, because already 1 and 2 in this game, had a couple of rough skirmishes to start this one off. Small going to flash away from the Scat of the Week.
But V5 have finally been able to clear all that vision that Suning had just 2 minutes ago, so this is where they want to start posturing more around mid, maybe throw out that pillar, or even just hover so Mole can do this, get the pressure, then start leaning around bot side and potentially finding kills onto Huanfeng and Sword Art.
Luckily for Suning though, Syndra also incredibly good at clearing those waves in the mid lane. It's not like it's a issue where you've got one mid laner that can just shove in constantly like the Zoe often does. At least Syndra can match that wave clear, at least to some extent, and will be able to rotate around the map.
Especially in the isolated 1v1. I'd say, you know, Syndra is favored in clearing out the waves and putting a bit of pressure on Zoe, not knowing where that Scout of the Week can come from, but whenever Zoe does have someone hovering around, feels very safe and confident to look for those aggressive paddle stars.
The turret plate gone, but an arrow in the mid lane. Mole flashing away from that one, but with a depth charge coming in. It's going to force a stopwatch out. In comes PP God to try and get some stuns, but Ragnarok going to ruin that one. Scout of the Week there, and PP God surely goes down to the Unleashed Power. Sword Art getting the kill with his Ignite, and now Wei flashes forward to finish a kill. 1 for 1 in the mid lane.
And great job by Weiwei to know his limits. Still, Suning were the ones who were able to pick off PP God to start that one off, so it is only a 1 for 1.
Mole caught out here, but Angel needs to be a little cautious. Not going to get caught by too much here, and dodges just about every shot except the 4th one. We'll be able to clear the minion wave in the end. So everything refreshes to 0, but just look at the summoner spells on the side of V5, right? Are not a lot used in that last play.
Yeah, and it was them. It was them making a counterplay, of course. SOFM came first. finding that window to get on top of Mole. So V5 had to react, had to blow a lot to make sure they didn't lose too much. Ultimately a 1-for-1, and Suning are the team with the gold lead.
Suning looking good so far in this series, and Huanfeng looking to extend that lead for himself as he 1v1 Sam D. Handedly winning the trade.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow is almost back up as well, so Sam D's got to be careful.
He's got to be real careful in this bottom lane. And I have to say, I'm impressed by the bottom lane of Huanfeng and Sword Art because they're not a lane that we know generally for 2v2 aggression. Bin is playing a dangerous game here on the Renekton. Slice and dice, though, means he should be able to get away with his life. To be honest, I'm surprised that that was as easy to get away with as it was.
I mean, right, had Mole not missed that Sleepy Trouble level, it feels like a lot more could have happened, but Mole made a mistake, wasn't able to hit it. He also had a flash on his W, so it feels like it should have been pretty guaranteed.
I'm just kind of blown away here for a second. I just heard lyrics say the words Mole made a mistake. I didn't think you'd ever be willing to admit something like that.
I mean, it hurt me as much as you can imagine it did.
The harbinger of V5 himself. Well, V5 are looking good in the series so far, Lyric. You can be happy with that, with the Game 1 victory. And I have to say, an uncharacteristically slow start to Game 2 from V5.
I do want to point out a bad sign for our Suning fans. We're hitting 15 minutes, Suning have a gold lead.
Uh-oh.
So, got to be a bit scared. But hey, Suning are also picking up another Drake. That's always nice. Getting first turret of the game. And this feels like when their comp is pretty much at its apex, right? We have an early game Olaf, we have a first item Renekton. Huanfeng also going to have that Blade of the Rune King. She already has the Blade of the Rune King, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to push this advantage from the side of Suning. That's going to be an arrow in the bottom lane. Sam D going to be slowed as SOFM wants to move under. Sam D does not have a good direction to run in. Olaf is here. SOFM finishes the kill, and Phase Rush means he can run out at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Now Bin finds himself a 1v1 with Weiwei and has some insane damage to work with. Slice and Dice out of the play. Still has his flash available, but he's going to go for the 2v1 here. Blast Cone can't quite get in range, but the heal comes out, nearly took down Weiwei. Herald resits and they move back towards that objective, but in the meantime, mid lane tower goes down in favor of Suning.
Yeah, overall, Suning making a great set play on the bottom lane, punishing Sam D, sandwiching him from both sides, being able to turn that pressure into a mid lane turret. And then we got to see the individual aspect of Suning we talked about, where they're typically disjointed in kind of what they're doing. Bin trying to stop the Rift Herald take on top side. I can empathize with what he was going for, because had they done that, they went out massively across the map, but two members of V5 on top side, he does go down in the end.
And you know, if his flash is just ever so slightly different there, maybe Bin gets out with the play, but not going to be able to pull it off on this one. It does mean that V5 at least finds something for themselves off the back of all of those shenanigans. A kill onto the Renekton and a Herald as well. But the gold lead now, 2,000 in favor of Suning.
Yeah, we're going to definitely need to see them make good use of this Herald. Once again, I'd love to see it just used in the mid lane. No real reason for V5 to open up long side lanes for either of their carries. But at this point, with the state of the game right now, I feel like V5 are probably just going to be looking to get a bit of gold in their pockets. And once again, we're playing a lot more of a dragon-focused game, which I'm sure all of our viewers know every game is a dragon-focused game in Season 10.
That's true. That's very true. Even when it's a Cloud Soul, we're going to see both these teams focusing on towards that. Worth mentioning, there's a lot of very high-value ults in this game, so Cloud Soul can be good, but Mole caught out, just taken down immediately. There's a kill for Huanfeng. He might find more as well. Wei doesn't have a splash available, but should be able to get out with his life here as PP got happy to tank up the team of Suning.
And Suning are just doing a great job of playing around the pressure their bot lane is generating in mid, right? We see Huanfeng, SOFM, and Sword Art push out the wave, link up, get vision in the top side jungle. Mole isn't respecting. They're able to four-man collapse. BUB doing a nice job of covering mid in the meantime, and this is a Suning where all 5 members are on the same page.
And I have to say, I am so pleasantly surprised by the Suning mid game that we're seeing in Game 1 and Game 2. Sure, obviously they didn't win Game 1. Things went awry when we got to the Baron, but the control of the map has been beautiful.
Yeah, and we see here them, I'm actually wrong, they were pushing at the top lane. It was Angel and SOFM pushing mid. They come on the rotation, they find a nice pick. And sure, we look at the compositions.
Hang on, we got to find the bottom side here as Weiwei going to start this one off. He's not that tanky. Unleash Power can't quite finish him off though, and he will survive with his life. And now Bin finds himself alone. The Trouble Bubble goes in, and Mole grabs himself a kill off the back of the play. Now Suning want to answer onto Weiwei though. They find themselves one return kill. Mole the target next. Flashes away, but he's going to be slowed. He might just be taken down. Flash from SOFM with a double kill on the Viking. And now they want more.
And we see Suning coming out with an aggressive play. They get counteracted by V5. Great job, V5 picking up 2 picks. But then we see the rest of Suning show up. And SOFM showing if he isn't anything, he is a decisive man. Flashes over that wall and picks up that last kill on the Mole.
And I have to say, even though we were criticizing that Suning sometimes aren't as coordinated as we need them to be, this game, they have looked exceptionally coordinated.
Especially their 3-man unit of like SOFM, Hwanfeng, and Sword Art have looked like they're really on the same page. That's why we can see their kill participation is so high. We see Angel's only been involved in 2 kills, Bin 3 himself. So we were talking about especially the jungle support for Victory 5 being some of their strongest points. But in this series, SOFM and Sword Art are really showing up.
Yeah, feels fantastic to see as well for Suning fans out there. But I want to quickly revisit the scoreboard and where we're at in the game right now, because it's an almost 3,000 gold lead in favor of Suning as we head towards the 20-minute mark. It's going to be a Cloud Drake coming up in 30 seconds. But when we look at the items across the board, we're seeing relatively similar power levels for each of our carries.
Yeah, but I would still favor Suning at this point, right? You have the Renekton over the GP. Olaf as well in these early stages is at his strongest point. I even think if Suning wanted to opt for Dragon, V5 should just give it up, but actually Suning are the ones looking to snowball the pace of the game with a gold lead rather than stack up these dragons.
That's what we saw them do in game number 1 as well. Look for these tier 2s as early as possible with the Demolish coming out from Sword Art. Angel got a lot of DPS. I don't know if they're going to be able to finish that tower on this wave, and in the meantime, a Herald is dropped in the mid lane, so Sam D should be able to finish this tower, but with Hwanfeng here, perhaps not. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available. And it looks like they're going to use it on towards Mole instead. Nearly protobelled into the arrow there. That was dicey.
That was not the play. You definitely want to protobell towards the sign, but V5 are looking to set up a pick themselves. They know Bin is clearing waves in bot. They're looking to collapse.
Sword Art just strolling through the jungle. Wei moving in as is PP God, and Hwanfeng, he doesn't have anywhere to go. He's going to go down to start this one off. Angel, the next target, with a curtain call, he's going to be slowed. Should be finished off. Sam D to get the kill, and that's an easy 2 picks for V5.
And this goes back to the criticism of Suning that we were actually just praising them for. We see Sword Art and SOFM go one way in the enemy jungle, leave Angel and Hwanfeng in their own in mid. Bin's clearing waves bot, and it just gave V5 a very good angle to punish in the mid lane.
And I feel like we have a fair few inconsistent teams in the LPL, right, where we have different versions of them from game to game. With Suning, I feel like we have different versions of Suning from minute to minute. It seems like one play, it looks amazing, everyone's on the same page. The next time, everyone's all over the shop.
And this is why, for any viewers who are just tuning in for the first time in LPL playoffs, I think their big takeaway for Suning should be is they rely so much on individual skill. They rely on so much on individual skill expression, being able to find those windows themselves, and it's not really about bringing it together as a team. They're not going to force 5-man through mid to guarantee prio to then turn that into River Vision. We are going to see Hwanfeng off farming, and actually, we're going to see...
After game number 1, the way that ended, Suning have still decided that they want to force a Baron play here. Mole going to be checking over the ward. It's going to be spotted. And Suning rightfully decide this ain't the play. Bew forced to flash as Sword Art tries to make an engage happen.
Maybe they watched a lot of top esports and JDG VODs because they do this so often. Those teams turn to Baron every chance they get, and Suning setting up vision to potentially do it again.
Mole could be in trouble here. Unleash power. Angel, easy peasy solo kill.
And this is what Syndra does. One of the reasons why we see Syndra picked into Zoe so often.
Oh my goodness. They've got another pick off the back of it. Wei's caught out with the smite going down here. The ignite should be enough. And a reckless blow from SOFM. And now the Baron, this seems like a real opportunity.
And I have no idea why Wei was here. You know they're in your jungle. It looks like it was maybe trying to wrap around to help out Mole, but Mole was, of course, going to get deleted in an instant. You give up 2 kills for nothing, and this should be a Baron guaranteed for Suning.
The global ult's coming through from the side of V5 to try and force something. Angel dodges the Zenith Blade, and that means PP God can't get into the play. Hwanfeng happy to zone away while he DPSs down onto the Baron. No smite available, but the Solar Flare goes in. Baron so damn low, but V5 trying to make the 3v5. Baron goes the way of Suning. So does 1 kill, and it's all gone wrong for V5.
Suning find the 2 picks necessary. They force the Baron, and V5 are the team that even when they're behind, even when they're in a situation where they shouldn't force, they are always going to look for that coin flip play to get back in. And now Suning sitting at a 4K gold lead.
Honestly, the way V5 plays, it feels like an Angry Bull at a Matador tournament, right? Where it's just charging around, trying to find the opportunity to skewer the opponent.
So we see Mole get picked off here, but I want to keep my eyes on the minimap. How Weiwei ends up in this position. Just walks in. Okay. Well, look.
Well,
look,
there we
and
go.
look, we had V5's vision, right? We had their vision on our screen. They had no vision. They saw nothing. But you know they're there. You know they're not on bot side.
Yeah.
You know they're not mid.
There's a thing called process of elimination.
Yes.
It's like, just because you can't see them doesn't mean they don't exist. Mole is quickly learning that on our screen as he gets stunned by the LT, and there's another kill for our angry Viking. SOFM loving this pick. I criticized it to start the game off, but he's had 6 kills since then, so maybe I'll shut up about the pick. We're going to see Suning charging down the mid lane, and with a 30-second death timer on Mole, maybe they don't stop.
And this game is ending out of nowhere. Suning finding picks only 1 minute ago are leading this into potentially an end.
And what did we say? V5, they may be one of the quickest teams at winning, but they're also one of the quickest at losing games in the LPL. Now a desperate engage as they get on Sword Art. Knockups galore, and Sword Art will go down, but PP God might just fall as well. Bin getting underneath the tower will fall to the final tower shot. Now Angel gets a stun to get him and his team out to safety. BBU trying to chase it down. Huanfeng's still pretty healthy though, as Angel barely gets out with his life here. Sam D step too far forward, volley for the slow, and Huanfeng wants to make the play, but Mole comes in the last possible second. And Weiwei now trying to head them off, trying to close the gap here. SOFM will get caught by the sleepy trouble bubble, but Ragnarok and Ragnarol out of here, says SOFM. BBU can't make the chase. Mole can look for a trouble bubble, but won't find the connection. Blast Cone is here, and SOFM gets out.
I mean, ultimately a ton of kills on both sides, but Suning are able to take an inhibitor, and Suning are still 4K gold up.
Still a commanding position here for Suning, and they bite off a little bit more than they could chew. The fight goes long enough for Mole to respawn.
Yeah, and we see here how it starts. I mean, it's just Mole going in a bit too deep. Sure, Sword Art doesn't hit his dredge line, but Mole not in a position he wants to be in. Hits the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, takes turret aggro, and they push forward.
And then this is the moment where it looked like they could have ended the game. Bin went so deep on the play, ends up getting taken down, and then Mole respawns and makes the play.
Exactly. They keep thinking they can aggress forward. I can understand it, right? They have a ton of bursts coming out from GP and Jin. He isn't able to hit the barrel chain. That one is honestly just unfortunate. And then this is what we talk about with Huanfeng, the confidence, this star-level rookie coming out. But guess what? You didn't time that Mole was also coming up. And a bunch of shenanigans back and forth. Still, Suning are the ones who come out ahead.
And you know what? I can respect it from Huanfeng there, because Mole doesn't respawn there. That's a triple kill. That's a highlight reel for the ages, but can't make it happen in the end. Mole comes back up, makes the play. The Colonel's still liking the look of Suning, but he's a little undecided this game.
Well, that's the thing, right? We still have a Trundle and GP on the side of Victory 5, so especially once BBU's able to pick up that Infinity Edge, you know, some of his barrels are going to be hitting massively. And even Trundle right now, Trundle and Leona should be a pretty good force to tank up a lot of the burst damage coming out from the side of Suning. So I like that V5 recognize, hey, we can't take this one. Let's catch a lot of the super minions coming into mid, because that's at least a lot of guaranteed goal for Sam D. Get to those next item spikes, and as I'm talking, BBU actually already picks up the IE.
Yeah, so BBU getting strong. He's going to be a bit of a nightmare, especially for Huanfeng during this next fight, because obviously Huanfeng and a mobile AD carry, that kind of barrage can really make his life difficult in the team fights.
The thing is, we need to see him be able to connect those barrel chains, which sadly he wasn't able to do in that last fight in his base. The great thing for him is, obviously the composition from Suning does want to run into them, so that is where GP usually thrives. You have the peel coming out from Weiwei. It just feels like a lot of these fights we're typically seeing Mole overstep, you know, before the fight ever really gets to happen as a 5v5. Actually, both times.
Kind of surprising. Like, Mole has been one of the most consistent players on the roster for V5. He's been such an exceptional mid laner across the course of this split. And on the Zoe, this is kind of Mole's signature pick at this point.
But Mole is known to play on a knife's edge. I mean, that knife's edge in spring was obviously
Nico bot.
Yeah, that was not a good edge to play on, but this also is why he has a lot of these highlight moments, you know, like Knight and Rookie on the Zoe, because he is willing to put himself in danger to find these kills. But, I mean, I don't agree with some of them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you want to make an omelet, you got to crack a few eggs, Jordan. Them's the rules of the universe. But I will say, I'm watching this game, and Suning have all of the advantages in the world right now. They've got themselves the gold lead, they've got themselves an inhib in the bottom lane, or in the mid lane, sorry. But I'm still a little bit nervous here, because V5 feels like they're holding on pretty well.
Yeah, and it looks like they're trying to get to their next big item breakpoints of an IE for SamD and maybe a death cap on Mole. So then they're pretty much at max burst potential for a Jin and a Zoe. And then if they can get on a member like Angel or Huanfeng, they're just gone.
And it feels like a huge moment in this game is going to be the Baron that's up in 25 seconds. If Suning can grab this for themselves, maybe they have what it takes to close this one out. But the scaling is eking forward ever so slowly in favor of V5. Suning, they've got to make something happen to close this one out. They wanted to end the game a few minutes ago. The play was denied. Now the question is, what do they have left in the tank?
The great thing for V5 is they still have 2 blue trinkets available if, you know, Suning want to turn towards that Baron. So it's going to be able to buy them at least a couple minutes of posturing and hopefully then pushing into the jungle as a 5-man. But Suning are ready, and Suning are trying to set up a pick.
They certainly are. Maybe not going straight for the Baron this time, because that's what went wrong in game number 1. Mole been found by SOFM, who's just going to try and run down the Zoe. In the meantime, Weiwei has just been obliterated on the front line. Flash forward, the arrow goes wide, but SamD's still going to be stunned up. Uses the cleanse to try and get away from the play. Cannon Barrage to kite this one out, but Mole goes down to SOFM in the end, and it looks like V5 have fallen, and Suning are going to even up the series.
Yep, and Suning have always been able to bring it back in the regular split, so great to see them do it here again, and this is looking competitive, Munchables.
SOFM having a 1v1 with BuBu, misses the flash, but the phase rush, not quite enough. BuBu gets himself a consolation prize, but it's not going to matter. This game going the way of Suning. We got a series on our hands, and I'm glad to see it. I was worried for Suning, but they make the play happen.
Exactly, Munchables. And my takeaway from that last fight is, why use your blue trinkets when you can just go face check the vision yourself? You know, Weiwei learned that lesson, getting blown up right away, but hey.
He learned that lesson twice this game.
Yes, he did. I mean, the first time.
Maybe he didn't learn the lesson the first time.
I guess he didn't, but for Suning, right, it was great to see them be able to step up. They drafted this comp that does play through a lot of early pressure, and we actually saw V5 be the ones once again to be able to step up a bit earlier on, but it was when Suning went to go get that vision for the Baron, they found the pick on Maul, so great foresight coming from Angel. And then, I mean, I don't know why Weiwei was there, but Suning expected him to be there. Suning clearly know him very well. He spent 2 years with the organization. They get Baron off that, and the game was even before that moment.
Yeah.
After that 4K gold lead.
That was a huge snowball in favor of Suning. And we did see the early game was just back and forth both ways. And obviously V5 got themselves a bit of an advantage early on, but Suning were able to answer. They got one of the 2 first Drakes as well. Like, we saw that back and forth, but as soon as Suning grabbed control, they almost immediately won the game. Almost. But that play around the Nexus was dicey at best. That's twice now that we've seen Suning try and bite off more than they can chew.
And I can actually, in retrospect, even game 1, I could see the logic of this Baron bait coming out from Suning, even if it does look a bit hasty to commit to the Baron, because Victory 5 are so overeager. Victory 5 are always going to walk into check, as we've now seen 2 games in a row, so I could see this being a consistent strategy of, you know, trying to break open the mid-game even further, because we've now seen 2 games in a row. Suning are going to keep drafting these more early game-oriented compositions.
And it feels like Suning, most specifically, have figured out a strategy here to shut Mole down. Because Mole usually is one of the guys that we are screaming about on the cast, because he's usually popping off and finding triple kills and whatnot. This game, so many times we saw Huanfeng getting those ults across to find Mole in the mid lane. So many of these skirmishes we see. I mean, the last fight, SOFM just ran him down.
You know what's disappointing is Suning are definitely putting more resources into shutting down Mole, but it doesn't feel like that's what's shutting down Mole. It felt like this series, Mole's mistakes were very much on himself.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Mole, especially the pick around Barra, was maybe shouldn't have been there, but that's just life, isn't it? Syndra's going to do Syndra things when she finds a squishy Zoe, but all things considered, Suning can be happy with a Game 2 victory. It means we are 1 apiece now on the scoreboard. And my question now for Suning is, can they keep this one up? Because V5 now, with a loss in this series, they're going to have side selection for Game 3.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if they change up their style, because we saw a few different dimensions against FPX, where some games they played around top, some games they drafted more scaling-oriented compositions with the Orianna coming out, and we also need to remember they do always have Y4 on the bench if they do want to at least change up the dynamic in communication as well.
I'm really curious if we see V5 leaning towards the Ashe themselves here, because we saw PP God saying that they wanted to ramp up the aggression in the bottom lane in the 2v2. That's not going to happen if you're playing against the Ashe. Ashe does such a great job during the laning phase, but also denies that Kalista pick that SamD loves so much. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Ashe maybe even banned away by V5.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but I expect them to switch over to blue side, so they at least won't have to worry about that. And I think coming into blue side, V5 are going to feel much more comfortable because recently they have switched over to being a blue side-oriented team.
Well, we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. We're going to jump into a quick break. Do not go anywhere. The series continues right after this. What do I look for in a team? An unbelievable AD carry. Angelic Azir play. I want someone who gets the style of me. I want team fights, big plays, and a hunger like no other. I want suiting! Rah!
就是达不到什么太好的效果。
还在摸，
手下过到墙上，这个位置有点开了一个金身，但是这个位置又被爆了一下，吸回来。泰坦因为是有卡丽莎保护的，所以并没有什么太多办法能够击杀他。
我这边射题直接拉到3个人，这波完美的开团。
3个人能不能打？
小东北要收割了，
感觉这波确实蓝色方现在受弹能力非常的强，而且微微还被3D给抬了回来。小东北再拉了一发飞星，把进场的一个进攻给带走。这波导播也是很人性。
是这个位置还是能造成点威胁的。
这是究极下大棋的位置，
没有找到鳄鱼哦，正面已经拉起来了。
大招的打野，
这波进去扛了很多输出，鳄鱼进来，但是第一时间只能找到贡子哥，另外 PP 尬的一个一指指到对方的一个支队伍中心，但是林伟强这波突然吃到了一发飞星，血量下一半，赶紧把流星钟给收回来。这时候鳄鱼闪现过去，一个大步技能定到的是谁？杜云碧，杜云碧的位置很危险，开了一块表，正面 biu biu 已经先带走了一个小天，又是一发飞星。杜云碧倒下了，交了闪现以后也没有办法走了。另外一边追到 F6的位置，小东北再拿一颗人头击杀掉了一个泰坦。第3条的火龙 B5依旧没有办法把自己的火龙给凑齐吗？看一下威威这波有没有
抢了。这一波火龙威武还是有一点点机会的呀。
反状态的
小天林伟强拼抢没拼到，被杜云碧拿到了这条火龙，但是后续好像卢锡安可以收。
卢锡安感觉要全收了呀，现在已经是3杀了。杜云碧给一个减速，但 biu biu 直接一技能滑出来以后，圣将洗礼，杜云碧赶紧给一个一技能。
Triple kill。
就可能还是给一个沙皇跟塞纳的一个后期吧。
感觉这2英雄后期劲儿挺足，但是这个塞纳
找着小天有闪现的，这个闪现拉，赶紧交闪现走。然后是有一个
都睡了，
睡2个
有水银。
解掉一个，
吃一个，躲掉了一个钩子 ，EZ 到了，但是这边 EZ 被纳尔直接开到了，我这边 EZ 要被秒了。
这波能不能秒掉？发条大招，哎，把 CND 给丢了 ，EZ 没死，最后是被一个回旋镖给丢死，但进攻的位置有点危险，跟莫尔在对点魔法，发条拿到这个人头，看一下正面的一个战场，鳄鱼进场，这波是直接带走刘青松，带走了一个人头以后，杜一碧这波采用流沙已经飞过来，没有杀掉 biu， 反而是回起来，自己的血量还足够，莫尔拿下了一个3杀，感觉 biu 还想要再进场，他身上是有闪现的，闪现过去，林伟强交了一个闪现以后，自己的位置被莫尔直接打了大半条血量以后，再运球，小天也是下一丝血。
我们走。
现在左一已经把这个无字天书给卖了，出了一个女妖，
对，凑出3件套，但是这样的话，你可以看到他经济上面是跟硬币哥有整3000多的差距。
睡到这边是睡到了一个泰坦直接下了一个半血，旁边一勾没有勾到。
这波直接关到了贾克斯，
已经打起来了。另外一边微微进来，
直接限制了一下，往里飞了一下，
被泰坦的大招给击飞。另外一边应该是在起火，两边都有被起火的一个前排，贡子哥倒下。另外一边微微同样的也是被方 plus 给处理掉。现在这边是一个4打4的一个局面，柱子卡的不错，让莫尔第一时间没有办法后退。但是B5这个位置也往前想要再压方 plus 打龙的一个空间，飞行这一发是空掉了。硬币哥的状态非常好，一个一技能可以给自己非常高的一个护盾，交了简单的一个闪现，
进化解掉。
这波进化解掉以后，看一下后续。biu biu 现在的大招是没有好的，龙是怎么谁拿到？就由小天拿到以后，左一过来吃到发条的一波爆发，左一的血量下的比较低，这波要看3D 的一个输出空间。皮皮嘎的扛在最前面，寒冰是点掉了一个泰坦，但是小天在正面有一个大招很肉，杜云碧是直接带走了一个 double kill 以后，小东北的伤害一直没有办法拖到后面残血的一个杜云碧，非常标准的一个走位，再丢掉一个飞行，
拿下了4杀，
这肯定很有戏。
And suddenly I'm taking flight, spark in the air, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar. I'm never touching down again. I'm sailing on eternal waves, fanning the flame, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar.
我觉得对上 V5的话，最重要的是我们要针对他们的打野吧，因为微微他们他在这个队伍中，他的影响力是最大的。如果我们能够把他的一些侵略的野区的封锁住的话，那我们应该会比较好的取得胜利。我觉得我们队伍的状态是有在慢慢变好，但是也没有到最好，就是我们队伍每个人都非常有潜力吧，然后5个人配合起来，我也觉得算是一个很好的组合，所以我们只需要照着我们自己的步调继续去前进的话，我觉得我们是能取得不错的成绩的。
I have to say, I completely agree. It's like 5 super strong individual ingredients. Now they just got to make a cake for themselves. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric. And we have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Suning managing to close out game number 2, meaning we are now even. And we go to our standard best of 3 format.
Yeah, and it's nice to see, and I also agree with Sword Art. It seems like his read on V5 is very good at punishing Weiwei, but it's kind of funny because it doesn't seem like they've been punishing Weiwei.
No.
They've been punishing Mole and really targeting that bottom side of the map, so their read on V5 is still, you know, incredible.
I mean, game 2 especially, Weiwei very much had the early advantage in that jungle matchup against SOFM's Olaf, but game number 1, I will say, SOFM, I feel like he had the read on Weiwei. I feel like his Lee Sin far and away the better pickup there. But let's take a look at our MVP for game number 2 of the series. SOFM, the man of the hour here. He started off a little rough, got a couple of deaths early on, and then he got 6 kills in a row and everything changed.
Exactly, right? We didn't really see a lot of early aggression come out. When we did, it was a bit counteracted on top side. Like here, when he was a bit overzealous in my opinion, but in team fights, he was looking insane. And to be fair, they actually weren't even really team fights, just with how quickly he was able to get in and burst down the members of V5.
I love how we cut the replay there before he dies to the tower to pretend he got away with it.
We need to respect SOFM.
We're making the highlight reel here. Mole.
Oh, this one was great as well.
Out.
Yeah, and flashes over again. The decisive just coming out, and I even remember the one we didn't get a clip of him wrapping around and punishing Sam D under turret, really making use of this phase rush on Olaf.
I think the biggest highlight was this fight for me, where SOFM just goes, "Oh, hey Mole, I'm gonna chase you down. You don't get to play this fight."
Yeah, the highlight of this for me was, V5 just walking into their jungle where they know Suning is. They have ways to check vision. They don't use them.
I mean, Mole literally didn't get to play the fight at all, and he was one of the primary carries. Sabdi, obviously on the Jhin, if you don't have a front line in front of you, if you don't have a team to support you, Jhin is completely useless at that point. He needs to be able to play from a range and play from setup. He does not do a great job of kiting back mid-fight because he kind of wants to be able to sit down, use the curtain call, and watch his team run forwards.
Yeah, but, great job by Suning to punish. Again, SOFM stepped up massively. I feel like Angel had a much better performance, but to me, it really was about that 3-man core that we talked about in game, right? We consistently saw Sword Art, Huanfeng, and SOFM rotating around the map to set up picks. And again, they know that V5 are this team who's always going to get ahead of themselves. They keep forcing the spare and bait, and V5 keeps falling for it.
And it feels like that 3-man core that you're talking about is an adaptation coming out from Suning. Yep. Because we always talk about SOFM and Sword Art roaming around the map as a duo, but it feels like Huanfeng, instead of just farming away in that bottom lane, has adapted now to join that squad, make these picks happen. And we're seeing a much more aggressive variant of Suning than what we're used to seeing from the regular split.
I agree, and like I agreed with PP God's read on Suning from his interview before the last game, where he said, you know, typically Suning's bot lane just sits in lane and farm, at least one Fong, and it's a lot about scaling, to where now we've seen he's adapting to their early picking this Ashe and making him a playmaker for the team.
Jamming out right now. This is an absolute banger. I don't know where this guitar track came from, but it's great. I'm ready for game number 3 here, Lyric, as we jump into Champion Select. And now V5 moving over to the blue side. Going to be changing tact a little bit, changing strategy and banning the Ashe we talked about before the break.
Yeah, so their ban's changing. They're leaving TF open. They're leaving Lee Sin open. So
Quadfog using his jacket as a blanket there as he's sat in the chair. As we look at the bans, though, it's going to be Set and Nidalee banned here by Suning. Looking towards the 3rd ban, I'm curious where they'll go with this one.
I just am wondering where V5 will go with first pick. Is it going to be the Renekton? So, yep, wanting to keep UB on a champion that he knows, of course. Suning were the ones who got that last game.
Yeah, importantly as well, the Zoe available, but also the Lee Sin for SOFM. So a couple of really easy comfort picks on the side of Suning should they opt into that direction. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a slower selection when it comes to AD carries from Suning, since Ashe and Caitlyn are both banned.
Yeah, and if they do want to go for something like a Lee Sin Zoe, that's obviously a very strong 2v2, provides a lot of burst, and it would attack where Suning have been looking to attack all series long.
This would be really interesting to see both solo lanes locked in for the side of Suning so early in the draft on red side when you have the counter pick that's so often used for the solo lanes.
I don't believe it, Munchables. It won't happen. Oh god, it actually happened.
It's
okay,
happened. Well, Bin looked great on the gank. We've seen it recently, and he looked exceptional in that pick.
I wonder what Mo will pick into the Zoe, right? He could go for the Syndra like we saw Angel do last time around. Something else we've highlighted is the LeBlanc, which can go toe-to-toe to it in the mid lane, but the other options you have are all, I'd say, not really necessarily neutralizing lanes, but things that do just want to farm up and scale up, like this Orianna pick. And we saw Mole against FPX did have a phenomenal game. The thing that's a bit confusing, though, is we see them try to play this early pressure style 2 games in a row. Didn't exactly work out either one despite the game 1 win, and now they're wanting to switch gears.
Yeah, changing up the style here for V5, looking towards a later stage style composition with scaling in the AD carry and in the mid lane. And Huanfeng immediately locks in this Jhin. And we have seen Huanfeng succeed on the Jhin across the course of the split. He's played it 4 times. I'm curious to see it into the Ezreal.
I think he was the only one who pulled it out in spring. And I was actually talking to some coaches from teams about Jhin, and they actually felt like into Ezreal it is still a fine pick, right? You're still going to have the presence in lane, and you're going to be able to set up and have a lot of impact like someone like an Ashe would.
I mean, it's worth mentioning the reason that Jhin, or one of the reasons that Jhin came into the meta again, is it's great against Ashe and Caitlyn because it has the push power, has the trade patterns to be able to deal with them in lane. And so against an Ezreal that doesn't have that same pushing power, doesn't have the same trading power, Jin's going to look fine.
And the thing I love about Suning's comp is it has a lot of tools to be aggressive early game coming out from the Zoe and the Jhin, even the Cannon Barrage coming out level 6 from the GP, and their siege potential is absolutely amazing.
Yuumi going to be banned away here from the side of Suning. There's only 1 cat allowed and it's in their logo, banning the rest of Rengar ban immediately to... No,
that's actually really interesting, too, because PBGod hasn't played Yuumi all split. Of course, right, the Ezreal could set up for them.
To be fair, this isn't really a strategy that we've seen much from B5, right, in recent games. They're
True.
Going for the scaling, so maybe Suning having a read on what they're expecting to see out of B5. Lilia ban as well, to remove the potential top-side duo that we've seen Weiwei really opt into.
And now I wonder if Suning will just want to take jungle here, since jungle's a very easy blind pick, or if you go with something like a Nautilus, which at least you have the point-and-click ultimate to deal with something like an Ezreal, unlike Leona, who all of your abilities right are more skill shot oriented.
So Tahm Kench banned away here by B5, and I would love to see once again. I mean, you could just go for the Nautilus once again for Sword Art here. But there's a conversation as well to be had about just getting yourself this jungler, because both sides haven't gone for the jungle just yet, and it looks like SOFM goes for the solo.
The thing is, like we just pointed out, jungle is definitely a much more blindable role. Like, you don't really need to worry too much about jungle counterpick, to where support counterpick can be quite impactful for how the bottom lane laning phase goes.
I just want to point out, Suning's vote was on, like, I think 15% before that last game. Now it's all the way up to 35%. The fan vote at home certainly started to look a little bit better for Suning. Still in favor of V5 for now, though, as Weiwei goes for this Trundle once more. It's something that he has regularly fallen back on across the course of the split. And actually, towards the start of game number 2, looked really great.
Yeah, and it just fits their composition really well, right? We've talked about scaling, but hey, now they're going a bit of a different direction. They're going to have this poking bot lane that's going to be able to get priority by itself. Now I want to see where Suning answer, because Sword Art has a lot of cheeky picks. Sword Art can pull out something a bit stranger like a Morgana pick, or it can just go for hard engage and you look to all in the lane and play with your jungler.
It would not surprise me at all to just see something like the Leona or Nautilus. These are the two that he's been playing regularly across the course of the split. Nautilus really feels like the go-to, which is surprising to say about Sword Art.
I even like it up against Ezreal compared to like your other potential options, right? Just having that point-and-click CC, but it is a bit strange that Nautilus has been what we've known Sword Art for in recent memory. But the thing I love about this comp is, once again, Suning very cognizant about, hey, we're playing for these early game skirmishes. This is what V5 loves to do, and we're just going to draft a composition that can do it better.
We'll have to see, because there's a good amount of scaling on both sides of the board here, but I'm curious about this jungle matchup once more, because it feels like this series so far has been dictated by SOFM and Weiwei. SOFM starting much more aggressively in game 2 than he did in game number 1. Weiwei had some answers in the early game.
Yeah, to me, it's going to all come down to how these junglers can interact with bot lane, because especially Victory 5, having Lux, who's a very fragile champion, if they can get a dredge line there with Olaf first, and she gets bursted out, she has to burn a flash, it feels like the game's going to be extremely tough for V5, and they're not going to be able to contest for any Drakes early on in the game at all.
And it's worth mentioning as well, once Olaf hits level 6, there is nothing Lux can do to survive that angry Viking. He's going to run her down. So we'll see what PP God has up his sleeves as we get ready for game number 3. But I'm curious about this mid lane once more. Angel and Mole have been going toe-to-toe, and this time it's Angel with the Zoe once more.
Yeah, and I definitely like what Suning have put together. I like the priority they're going to be able to get with these picks.
We'll have to see. Mole on this Orianna that we saw him bring out against FPX. Let's see if he can get a win with it against Suning.
Suning, 加油！
威武，加油！
It's time for game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Suning versus Victory 5. Suning versus a whole bunch of old Suning players here. Suning Light, as we've nicknamed them. But Victory 5, they're on the cusp of a truly miraculous run to the World Championship if they can keep getting series under their belt. They went 0-16 back in spring, and they have looked incredible since that point. All through summer, they've looked amazing. They got a 3-1 victory over FPX. And Suning is the next name on their list to chop off if they want to make it to Worlds.
Yep, and again, the dynamic of this game is going to be really interesting, because for V5, we at least have a bot lane that should be able to generate pressure up against something like a Nautilus that is a melee champion. Renekton, of course, despite the fact that the 1v1 duel with GP is quite hard, you at least have the AoE to be able to push the wave when you want. You have quite a strong 2v2 as well. The big selling point for Suning is going to be they should be able to generate pressure in mid, but their bot side 3v3 and 4v4 is also quite strong.
Don't forget, tomorrow we're going to see IG against LGD. That's our other quarterfinal. LGD looking truly exceptional yesterday when we saw them against their opponents in WE. But IG, I mean, that's a team and a half to go against.
TB gone, getting chunked pretty low. But yeah, going back to that series, honestly, despite LGD coming in the favorites, I was pretty sure they'd beat WE. They looked much better than I anticipated.
Yeah, and Xie especially. That's the thing I'm most excited about for tomorrow. The Sword Art misses his stretch line here.
But they know the way they need to play this lane, right? They're playing against the poke lane. They need to look for these all-ins where they can chunk out the members of V5. They're going to hit level 2 first as well. So PP God and Sam D feeling the fire.
Yep, good respect coming out from the V5 bottom lane, though. Not going to be caught out by the level 2 all-in. Or you'd imagine not, but immediately stepping forward, PP got forced to flash. That is not the respect that I was about to compliment.
I also want to point out that, in my opinion, PP God has looked much worse on champions like Lux, Lulu, and Karma than, say, the Thresh, the Bard, the Leona. Because he's a very aggressive player, right? He does typically tend to walk too far forward. He does like to play close up with the enemy bot lane.
I would have loved to see him go for these Aftershock looks, because we have seen some Luxes go towards the Aftershock as opposed to the Guardian. It would mean that he, in these all-ins, can be a little bit tankier, because we know how much he loves to go for these all-ins. Maybe could set up for Weiwei. Weiwei so far in this series, though, hasn't been focused on the bottom lane like he usually is for V5. He's been much more focused on trying to get BuBu ahead.
Yeah, and it's been an interesting adaptation that we've actually seen work, I'd say, but I don't feel like that style's as potent as when V5 are able to get their bot lane ahead. Right now, we do see Weiwei playing towards the bot side, so at least PP God and SamD going to have some pressure relief from them right now. But we see SOFM making his way down now. Of course, his bottom side camps are going to come up first, but we might see a 3v3.
I'm surprised that Huanfeng and Swordart stepped so far forward. Both summoners used and Weiwei flashes in to follow up for the kill. Huanfeng will go down first, but to Weiwei, but in comes SOFM to try and clean up. That's one for the Viking, looking for a second one, and SOFM is all over this as Angel arrives, and Suning 3-1 right now.
And it was just too telegraphed with what V5 were going for. Of course, SOFM's already coming bot side. He cleared from bottom to top. Great punish coming in from them. You have an Olaf, you have an engaged champion like the Nautilus. You're so strong in these skirmishes.
And you know, we saw Huanfeng and Swordart, they saw Weiwei. He just cleared a ward in Tribrush, and then they pushed out in the lane. I was like, they're crazy. They're going to go down here. Turns out it was all a bait.
Yeah, and again, we already see SOFM heading down, which is kind of his natural path with clearing from bot to top. They think they can burst him down fast enough, but hey, we're an early game Ezreal, we're an early game Lux. The burst isn't quite there. Easy for SOFM to get in, hit the undertow, flashes in, gets 2 kills, not even for himself, because a nice guy gives one over to Angel. Actually, Angel picking up 2 of them, so now going to be able to start getting ahead, has the lost chapter, and now can consistently push out these mid waves, with Dragon coming up in 9 seconds.
That's the thing. I was getting ready to count the triple kill out for SOFM, but allows the kills to go over to Angel, and that's so damn crucial, because this Zoe, we've seen it from Mole, we've seen it from Angel across the course of the split. If you can get ahead early, you can run away with things. Angel, with 2 kills in his pocket already, is feeling fantastic.
And this is also why we didn't really see SamD on this champion during the split. It was something that V5 tended to shy away from, even when it was strong. SamD's only played 5 games of Ezreal, and it was one of the ways they lost to FPX in the regular split was they kept forcing SamD onto Ezreal. They weren't able to generate that bot lane pressure that they're typically used to, and they just kept dying in 2v2s, 3v2s, so on and so forth.
PP God stepping up aggressively so that SamD can clear out this vision. I wasn't sure if Swordart was going to try and find himself an all-in. But you're absolutely right, Lyric. The style of V5 here in this game feels very different to what we're used to. As Angel gets caught up by a shockwave here, has to flash over the wall. That's going to be his real flash as well, but SamD's now caught. He doesn't have his own flash available. Oh, but that bind from PP God, that is a thing of beauty right there. Swordart will tank up, everyone walks away.
And they're allowed to play this aggressively if they do have the confidence in being able to hit these skill shots. So on the minimap, so to say, we see SOFM going and trying to bully out Weiwei. Angel is here.
I mean, let's bear in mind, this is an Olaf. Weiwei cannot 1v1 him, not until level 6 when the subjugation comes on through. Weiwei going to try anyway. He's going to step back in, try and clear some of the vision. Pillar to keep SOFM away, and now we're going to have a smite fight over this chicken, but SOFM wins it out. Let's bear in mind, it's an Infernal Drake to start this one off, and it feels like SOFM setting himself up to grab that.
And the thing is, we already talked about, you're going to have the pressure from mid lane with Zoe picking up those early kills. And sure, SamD and PB God theoretically can push, but they should feel so much threat with the lack of summoners up against this engaged bot lane. Actually, we see Weiwei.
Angel's in trouble here. Doesn't have his flash available. Surely will go down as Weiwei trying to chase this one through. Needs some support from SOFM, who arrives on the scene. Mole does still have the flash available if he wants to try and chase down the kill, but they're just going to focus down onto Weiwei. Cannon Barrage to stop Mole getting in onto play. In the meantime, Swordart is somehow on 1 HP, taken down by the top laner as Weiwei falls to the blue buff. Angel to get the kill. That's his 3rd of the game now. And they will get out. It's a 1-for-1 somehow.
Yeah, but ultimately, V5 dedicated to TP. Bin's still safe up in top lane. He's actually getting a bit of a CS lead now from that.
Which is ideal, honestly, for Suning. They are more than happy to have a Gangplank just free farming in the top side, because let's bear in mind, Bin was still a part of the play. He used that Cannon Barrage to stop Mole getting involved.
Yep, and again, I'm wrong, didn't get a CS lead, but did even out the CS, but still, Suning have so much bot pressure. Should be an easy kill for SOFM.
Yep, SOFM moving in. SamD will have the Arcane Shift available, but with SOFM having the undertow, might just be able to close the gap anyway. Ragnarok comes on through, and Sam D doesn't have his real flash available, and that means he's going to go down. PP got the next target. SOFM barely survived, but it doesn't matter. Huanfeng gets another one, and Weiwei's too late to his own party.
And this goes to the philosophy that we've actually seen work against V5 time and time again, is if you're willing to dedicate more resources into this bot lane, you come out ahead in all 3 games so far. Suning have been the team that invest in their bot lane. We saw Weiwei try this time around, but didn't have knowledge of where SOFM is, didn't respect, went too far forward, and it looks like this is going to be a pretty clean snowball for the side of Suning.
And the crazy thing about this to me is that we saw in the interview, PP God was saying, we're going to tone up our aggression in this bottom side. Kalista was open. That's a pick that they have had tremendous success across the course of the split. Instead, they opt into this Ezreal, which is a totally different style to what we've seen work with V5.
Or we could have even seen something different, like them go towards the Senna like they did against FPX and play this style more oriented around the solo lanes. And sure, that's also a new, I say, facet to their gameplay, but it did work.
Certainly did, and maybe we'll see something like a substitution towards Y4, because Y4 has sort of been their go-to Senna player in that bottom lane. While we have seen Sam D play it,
but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. If there's one thing that I know, Victory 5 are never out, Munchables.
That's true. They are a team that is known for hitting their head against something until it will work. We've seen it in both games so far in this series, and it worked pretty well in game number 1. Suning are ahead right now, 1,500 gold, but it's certainly not over just yet.
I mean, but I could talk from first-hand experience. They slammed their head against my heart, and you know,
16 times back in spring to be specific.
And it just won me over more each time.
I will say though, my eyes are drifting towards the scoreboard of Angel and SOFM right now, because Angel is massive. He's just found a trouble bubble onto Sam D. The Suning want to contest for this Herald. You can see Huanfeng moving over, and SOFM just going to run through the jungle. PP God's gone! Angel gets the kill on that one as Sword Art uses himself for stopwatch. SOFM still survived. He's healing off the subjugation, and now Curtain Call to corral the whole squad of V5 in one place, looking for a 4th shot, but it won't find a kill. But hey, they got themselves a Herald, and SOFM gets out of there.
And I can see what V5 are going for, right? They rotate their bot lane off first. They're hoping they can secure this Herald with the pressure they've generated from top. But still, you're an Ezreal only with Pickaxe and Tier. Your Orianna only had 2 Amp Tones up against a Zoe who already has Sword Shoes Lost Chapter. They also have a Jhin with BF Sword. There's no way you're going to come out ahead in this fight at this point in time. And this is also why this kind of composition doesn't theoretically fit Victory 5. Because Victory 5 are going to slam their head against the wall and hope it works. And sadly, with these items on these champions, you're just not at the point where you can fight Suning.
Yeah, this is not the composition where you fight for early Heralds. Bin now finding himself in a 1v1, but the stun was used. See you later, Bew Bew. I'm out of here.
Yeah, and I mean, Bin escaped.
Oh, thank God, there's plenty more coming. Flash available for Mole, but he's in a 1v3 right now, and Huanfeng happy to follow the flash for a kill.
And Suning right now doing a great job. The roles have just completely reversed.
Yeah.
Suning are being so proactive, playing with a lot of the signature picks we highlighted for V5, and they're looking amazing. Great game coming out from Angel so far. Also really good play from Huanfeng and SOFM.
I have to say, if we were watching this without nameplates on, I would think that the red team was V5 right now. From the way that we're seeing them play, from the picks that are coming through, from the slow style of gameplay that V5 are trying to employ, it's not the style that works for them, and they're not even playing slow.
So Suning have played Trundle, Olaf, Ezreal, and Lux all more than the members of V5. They've played all 4 champions. V5 are playing more than them.
And they're trying to prove why as they make yet another play happen on the bottom side. Sam D engaged upon final spark from PP God. Means that they have to back away. True Shot Barrage as well. It's a lot of long-range damage, but they can't quite finish the kills off. Sword Art, though, unfortunately on the wrong side of this play. Has his flash available. Oh, no way can he get out of this one. Sam D finishes it off.
Yeah, just nice pick coming out from them, and we see Mole rotating over. They're trying to secure maybe another potential kill in bot, but at least generating some pressure for this turret.
Good respect coming out from Suning to just get out of the play. That was a little close, but Angel gets out of it.
You know, looking at my notes, going back to my last point, it even goes the reverse way. V5 have played Olaf, Zoe, and Jhin more than Suning have. So these teams really have pretty much traded comps that we've seen them all split log.
Which is something that you don't see very often in League of Legends. And
not in playoffs.
The thing is, it doesn't feel like strategically and stylistically V5 have changed. It feels like the same team, just playing different champions.
Yes.
Whereas Suning, we are seeing a dramatic shift in the way they are playing the game, and it's all of an SOFM on this Olaf. He is the catalyst for everything that's been happening.
Yeah, and they're still aggressively moving forward. Sort of having his full combo available can set up these picks. Dragon coming up in 20 seconds, so Suning just guaranteeing some vision. They should be able to get this one scot-free. If I was V5, I wouldn't even contest. Bin also has Cannon Barrage available. Just keep buying time, go make a play up towards Bubu's lane.
I love how Bin just walks through Bubu to get into this top lane here. Should be able to clear away the minions. Did miss the cannon though. That's going to be an Omega lull from me. But now as we look towards the mid lane here, SOFM moving in. No Herald available, but Sword Art is pinching. Flash to get the knock up on Mole, and that's a Clockwork Lady going down.
And we've seen this play 2 games in a row now, making the pincer around one core member with your AD, carry, support, and jungle. They do it, they find the kill. They should be able to guarantee this turn and even make their way towards Dragon.
It was Samdi in game 2, and now it's Mole in game number 3. Cannon Barrage will clear the wave, which means Weiwei cannot finish that tower off for himself. Angel, in the meantime, splitting in the bottom side. And once again, we're seeing Suning run away with the game, but this time, far more convincingly than game number 1 or game number 2. They are 5,000 gold ahead at 15 minutes, Larry.
And I just can't keep doing anything but praise their planning coming into this series, because they're taking away the bread and butter picks away from Victory 5. They have a 5k gold lead at this point.
Weiwei thought that this was his play he was making, but this angry Viking is going to shut him down. Can't quite finish the kill. The Guardian comes on through, and I'm wrong all along. It's SOFM that falls Bubu to grab the kill.
And ultimately, it looked good. It looked like they had the burst there to take down Weiwei. Weiwei's ultimate helping him stay alive. And of course, V5 had more members on that side of the map because Suning were trying to make 2 plays at the same time. They were trying to take Dragon, but also trying to be a little bit cheeky by getting that pick onto Weiwei. Didn't work out in the end, but still, 3.5k gold lead for Suning, 2 Dragons up. You also have this a bit of late game insurance policy in the GP, but I will say when it comes to late game, I do like what V5 have, obviously with the Orianna, the Ezreal. Even the Trundle's going to steal away all those tank stats coming out from Sword Art, or even SOFM.
One thing I will say right now, when we're looking at the next couple of minutes of the game, is I want to point out Angel's items. He already has his Ludens, he's got his boots, but importantly, he's got that Oblivion Orb as well. He is at a point where I think maybe only Bubu could survive a Trouble Bubble and then a Paddle Star out from the side of Angel. He is in one-shot territory of just about anyone on the side of V5.
Yeah, he's going to, like you said, I think you pretty much summed it up perfectly. I'm interested to see where his build goes from here, because he could go pretty much the ultimate snowballing route, maybe just go straight towards a death cap. I wouldn't assume he needs a Void Staff because there's no MR coming out on the side of V5, so give me the confidence.
Yeah.
Give me the death.
And just look at where the gold is on this team as well. Both Angel and Huanfeng are snowballing out of control right now. And SOFM, even though he died in that last play, I cannot praise him enough. 100% kill participation. As I said during one of the plays earlier, he is the catalyst of everything that has been happening for Suning. He is leading the charge.
Yeah, and I'm just very impressed with Suning because I honestly, coming into the series, I thought Suning against FPX or V5 would be an underdog in my mind with the form they came out of the regular split, and they weren't looking good in a lot of their series. Heck, they almost lost to FPX with Duinby playing bot, Kimgood playing mid, and Con top. So things were not on a good trajectory, but they had the time off. We always knew they had the individual talent there. The question was, could they bring it together? The series has just answered yes.
The hilarious thing is, V5 then went on to beat FPX with their proper roster, and now Suning are looking incredibly good against V5. I would argue that FPX actually probably looked better with Card as the AD, or I guess Duinby as the AD carry in their series against Suning than what we saw from them in playoffs. But now the siege begins in this mid lane. Damage down, that's going to be Bubu, stunned up, rooted down. Will survive for now, still has that dominance available for himself, but Suning could do this all day.
And let's remember that V5 are the ones who banned out their own strategy. They were the ones who banned out the Ashe on blue side.
Another Trouble Bubble, that's going to be PP God using his Mikhails on himself here. Not the ideal moment here.
Honestly, Munchables, at this point in the game, with this gold lead, with this Drake lead, with the items that you've talked about,
don't say it.
All V5 can do is, take the punishment, absorb the pressure, hope you can live to fight another day.
Don't you dare cast a curse it, because I need Sudik to win for my predictions here. Root comes on through, Cannon Barrage to follow up, way forced out of the play. True Shot Barrage comes through as the Curtain Call trying to follow up here. Samdi needs to be a little cautious, has to Arcane Shift out of the play as way slowed down. Might just be falling next on this one. Sword Art looking for a dredge line, but he won't quite find a target here. And in the meantime, SOFM is being chased out of the play. I don't know how this has happened, but it looks like he will get away from Mole in the end. Although Mole is not going to stop running anytime soon. Not going to stop chasing here. Undertows can come out for the slow. Mole flashes forward but misses the dissonance. SOFM has a TP coming in. Bear in mind, low health Olaf is scary and we got to play on our hands. Everybody arriving. Samdi TP's in as Buyu gets the first kill. Angel and Bin on the play. 2v3, 2v4 in fact, as they try and turn this one on its head. But PP God is here. Flash out from Bin, but the Root lands. Final spot comes in. The orange isn't enough. Huanfeng now arriving. Root comes in. Angel over, but he misses the paddle star. Samdi now trying to chase down the kill. He's got his flash available. Huanfeng chased out by the pillar here as Wei looking to close the gap. Sword Art out of the play. And the slow from the Riptide might just disengage here. There are still towers available.
Munchables, I just want to know how we ended up in this situation that we're chasing an Olaf across the map and we have time for all the members to follow in. I was scared for Mole in that situation.
Yeah.
Why are you chasing this Olaf? All the Victory 5 members somehow get there first. They pick up 2 kills, so they get a bit of gold back in their pockets. And that's what we talked about for V5. They're at a point in the game where they are just buying time to pick up items on this Orianna and this Ezreal.
There's a route onto Wei, and SOFM looks like he wants to follow up. Undertows keep on coming out. Huanfeng has a lot of damage to work with here. The slow out of the Storm Razor. Wei, subjugation can't save him now. Curtain Call through. Slow onto PP God here, but he's looking for Samdi. Fourth shot goes wide, and Angel flashes just a moment too late. Nice little flash out of Samdi. Can they finish off the damage here? Angel gets the kill. Onto the AD carry of V5, and now the siege can continue.
Exactly, and we can see Suning just push forward. Mole looking for an aggressive pick. So Suning going to take the safer approach despite having a 30-second death timer on Samdi. 20-second, I'm sorry. They are just going to turn and look for this dragon.
And SOFM in the meantime, even though he's the jungler, he's going to be on the top side of the map getting himself a Rift Herald, because the rest of Suning can quite happily take control here. Wei died during that last skirmish, so there's no smite contest.
Munchables, Scuttle Crabs do grow up into Rift Heralds, but they are not Rift Heralds
Is
quite
that
yet.
true, though?
I don't know.
I feel like they get Void Corrupted.
I can't remember who told me that. I think it was Hysterics, but...
I mean, I don't know if I trust that as a source.
Well, we see V5 going for the turn in mid lane. They overstay, not really overstep, just a bit too long to guarantee that gold. And then, you know, nice undertows coming out from SOFM to keep them there. Curtain Call opened up. And then they're able to get the slows onto Sam D. He is going to have to flash to not take the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Still ends up in a position he'd rather not be in, nowhere for him to go. Goes down in the end.
Well, Bin suddenly finds himself alone here. Shockwave going to be used. Everybody using everything they can from the side of V5, and Bin should go down eventually on that play. In the meantime, SOFM has got low, but Sam D is alone in the pit. Flashes over the wall. In fact, Arcane Shifts gets out with his life. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 across the board.
Yeah, somehow PP got going down, and
I wish we saw the start of all of that.
Me too, but we've actually seen in situations like this is one of V5's big weaknesses, is especially their duo lane ends up separated on the map so often from the rest of their team, whether it's catching waves too far forward in lane or looking for vision aggressively. It has been a point of attack for other teams against Victory 5. Oh, hey, thank you, Observer.
Oh, so it was just Suning trying to force a play onto PP God, and in the meantime, the play happening on the top side of the map.
It was V5 spot lane aggressively pushing it for vision, and Suning like, hey, we'll take those.
We've seen that multiple times this series as well, where it's this time Suning face checking into V5. Sword Art has to dredge line to get out of there. True Shot Barrage not going to land though.
We have 2 items on Angel compared to only 1 and some components for Mole.
Sword Art is getting hammered away at here, but he's quite happy to be the target. Of all of the players on Suning, he's the one that wants to take the beating the most here.
I think we need to remember that V5's comp obviously has some great poke coming out from both PP God and SamD. Suning should have a decent answer coming out from the Zoe, but, you know, I agree with Colonel.
I do too. And, like, I want to kind of remind the viewers why we're in this situation, because obviously the last couple of fights have looked pretty even. It's looked like V5 are doing a good job, but we have 5 kills on either of the carries of Suning. Both Angel and Huanfeng are massive at this point, and Jin, he ain't going to slow down anytime soon. Both of these carries scale exceptionally well. Curtain Call to start a fight here. True Shot Barrage to answer somewhat. Is Curtain Call not going to do a whole lot of anything, though?
No, and Suning trying to do what they've done in the past 2 games, create this vision disparity in the river, and we always know V5 are just going to walk straight in.
Speaking of the devil, they are going to walk straight into the jungle now, getting onto SOFM. Can a barrage onto the rest of the squad, though, as Bin steps forward. Keep your eyes on whether Bin can get these barrels down in the skirmish. Weiwei gets the McHales from PP's God to keep himself safe. Both teams disengaging here.
And yeah, I'm surprised that V5 are managing to get through this scot-free. Again, Suning still have more than a 4K gold advantage. Like we mentioned, Mole hasn't even finished his Spellbinder yet.
I think I see why Suning aren't fighting, though. Even though I feel like Suning probably could just win the fight right now. We've got a Mountain Dragon coming up in 1 minute 30. If they can just maintain control of the game right now, get themselves a Mountain Soul, this is over.
Even looking at items, where Huanfeng is almost at picking up his IE, which is obviously when he's going to be hitting like a truck. So this is more tempered Suning that we saw throughout the regular split, was them not going for these really cheeky or over-egregious picks. They did typically wait for those key objectives to come up and play around those spikes.
Interesting to see this build coming out from Bin as well. Instead of going for the Essence Reaver IE that we so regularly see on the Gangplank, trying to become a bit more of a bruiser and a bit more of a pseudo frontline, I guess, for the rest of his carries.
Yeah, and I guess it could make a bit of sense when, right, Olaf isn't really a true frontliner, and even Nautilus, right, wouldn't be as tanky as your traditional like top lane tank that's actually getting resources invested into it.
So now Drake spawning in 40 seconds, Lyric. What are the expectations for this fight? What does Suning have to do to actually get the fight they want?
I feel like if I'm Suning, you can just group up mid as 5. You're going to have the pressure. You're going to be able to turn straight towards Dragon, get the vision set down. And then we've seen throughout the series what Zoe can do, but Suning going to force a Baron. And obviously, they're not looking to actually do the Baron. They want to turn onto V5.
They force the TP out of Samdi in the mid lane to make sure everyone's coming in. Baron is down to half here, way over the wall. Suning will back away. Been just hanging around in case something truly kicks off. There's V5 trying to wrestle control. They do have control of the mid lane right now. As SOFM is getting pretty low. True Shot Barrage here. Suning might have stayed a little bit too long. Root comes out. Ragnarok forced as well. Suning back away, but I don't know if they're going to be allowed out here. Mole stepping forward, but he's going to be hooked. Huanfeng has so much damage. You cannot step that far forward against Jin. And now Weiwei has to smite just to get his Nimbus cloak to try and escape. But PP God's here. That's going to be a trouble bubble coming on through, but it's another kill for Angel as Samdi does not have the damage to turn anything around.
And a 2-for-1 so far. Looks like V5 might just accept, okay, they're coming back in, but really egregious decisions coming out from Mole. They might be able to stop this one with the poke coming out from Sam D. Weiwei does have smite available.
No dominance available for Bubu as he'll try and look for a way into the play here. Sam D can tank this all day long, but Angel forced to flash out of the play here. Bubu takes a massive chunk, but the stuns come on out. Bin trying to tank this one up as the crit comes through. Huanfeng counting to 4, everybody, as he lands these autos, and it's Angel to finish the kill.
And ultimately, Suning having the patience to bait out this play, picking up a ton of kills. 8-17 is not a position I thought we'd be in here, and Suning have still been on Soul Point this whole time.
And I have to say, even with the scoreline, these fights are exceptionally close. I don't feel like Suning should be this close to the wire when they're this far ahead.
Once again, it was close, like you're saying, with Mole not even partaking in any of that. Mole got bursted out before the fight even started. No Shockwave, no QWs, no nothing coming out. And honestly, this is probably the worst series we've seen from Mole this whole split.
Yeah, Mole is struggling under the pressure. And let's bear in mind, Mole is the guy that this team was built around. There is a huge amount of pressure on the shoulders of Mole to be the guy that can lead this squad to victory, to a semi-final placement in playoffs, to the World Championship.
Yeah, and again, not showing up, and even PP got mentioned in interviews that Mole is typically the one that keeps the team morale good, the team spirit high. If he's one of the members crumbling, it makes you wonder what's happening. On the reverse, as we see Sword Art's player cam with how much he's talking, Sword Art is an extremely loud player. Like, I remember at IEM hearing the Flash Wolves on stage. Like, you can hear them screaming from so far away, and it all comes from Sword Art. So that's very momentum-based, right? If they can get a lead, if he can start bringing up everyone's spirits with him too, that's sort of a buff for Suning.
We said it right at the start of the day. You could see as soon as they stepped out onto the stage, Sword Art's got a massive grin on his face. He's putting his arm around Huanfeng, making sure Huanfeng's getting in on the banter as well, keeping the spirits high for the team. And that's an incredibly valuable player to have on your squad, and it feels like Sword Art is really coming back into his own this split.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight another one of his teammates. Despite Angel finishing the Morello, which I don't care for, we didn't talk about, he is going for a third item death cap. I love that, but once again, we're forcing a pick around Baron.
BuBu forced to teleport here as he needs to get in onto the play. Two-shot barrage across the team here. Cannon barrage to try and disengage the fight. Mole caught by the root. Oh my goodness, the damage from the paddle star. And the full shot. Huanfeng the sniper getting the kill here. Redemption across the team though, so V5 stay healthy. His Bin tries to step on forward, but the paddle star dashed away from as SOFM tries to close the gap, get in the slow onto Weiwei. V5 surviving for now. Redemption though coming out from Angel now to keep Suning on the forefront in this fight.
Honestly, Sam D is the only thing keeping V5 in this game. Sam D's doing such a good job of hitting those skill shots, keeping the members of Suning low, and once again, Mole just getting completely burst before he can even do anything. No shockwave once again.
And once again, Suning can just start this one up again. Let's bear in mind, this is an Olaf. He's okay with being low health. Low health is his comfort zone, so he's happy to tank this Baron up. They have the damage to just burst this one on through. Weiwei has to contest once again. True Shot Barrage, but the slow, the root, the jungler is down for V5. And Suning, they're just going to keep this up all day.
And with the double mountain, with the shield coming through, the poke doesn't even hurt as much as, you know, it would otherwise.
And Sword Art is arriving once again. PP God's just used his root and he'll get caught by the dredge line. A trouble bubble is there. And Sam D trying to flash out, but the crit comes through. The fourth shot is there and Huanfeng survives. BuBu gets into the back of the pit, but the Baron is too high health. It's going to be saved and then smited. In fact, Sword Art's the one to get the Baron.
Well, BuBu did a great job. When the fight was happening, BuBu got into the pit. BuBu took out SOFM by himself, but sadly, the rest of the members of Suning were able to easily take down V5's horses. And, I mean, we have Mountain Soul for Suning. We have Baron for Suning.
And let's just revisit what we were talking about right at the very start of this game. This composition is not what we see from V5. They are not a late game scaling team. This is not the way that they have succeeded throughout the regular split.
They have the shortest average game time in the LPL for a reason. We see this start up. We see Mole get bursted on red. The fourth shot just absolutely amazing coming out with that ultimate. And then we see just V5 are able to do a good job of kiting out from there, but obviously, like you said, Suning able to just turn back towards that Baron with the Olaf.
And, I mean, Huanfeng, he's living the Jin dream right now. He's got 4 crit items. He's got a bonus BF sword on top of all of that. You get hit by his fourth shot, he's pretty much just going to one-shot Mole or something.
Even his ultimate, as we saw there, just hitting so hard.
Yeah,
his Q as well. I mean, anything, right?
The shot on Mole wasn't even the fourth shot.
Yeah.
It still just annihilated him.
So,
but now they get to continue this one. They got the Baron, they got a Mountain Soul.
And they are sieging 5v4 because Mole was taking blue.
That's a 4-letter word that we all know. T-I-L-T potentially coming out from Mole. He's meant to be the leader of V5. He's the guy that's got to rally the squadron off the back of this one because it's feeling like Suning are going to be going 2-1 up in the series. There's a route onto Weiwei. They're trying to finish off the tank first. The minion autos won't quite finish the kill. And now the curtain call is being blocked by BuBu, but Huanfeng! Once again, the sniper on the Jin, finding a route and a crit onto BuBu. He can just kite around the fight all day long. BuBu gets one onto Angel, but it's not going to matter because this is all about Huanfeng at this point. Dancing around the fight, weaving these auto attacks and trying to finish this game off. They've got the Baron, they've got a minion wave coming in the bottom lane. It's not quite here just yet. Another route from Huanfeng. V5 are holding on.
Oh, wow. Sam D going in so aggressively.
He's trying to close the gap onto SOFM, but it's not so simple. Huanfeng did get rooted, but that's 2 inhibs falling. Suning decide, not just yet. We've got 10,000 gold, we've got a Baron, we've got a Soul, but Elder's up in 50.
Exactly. You know, I don't feel like things like scaling even matter at this point, right? It doesn't matter that Orianna and Ezreal are on the other side. Suning just have way too big of a lead. They have way too much damage, way too much burst. And we see it start off here. V5 are trying to hold their own. We see Sword Art hit an amazing dredge line. They almost burst out Weiwei, and V5 don't stack correctly. Great shot coming in from Hwanfeng, exactly. Great coming in from him. V5, a bit of missteps. They keep going forward. BuBu tries to bring it back. 6-2 on the Renekton, he's done his best, but Suning have just been too good this game.
And it feels so good to see Hwanfeng coming into his own, because we know Hwanfeng is one of these late game AD carries that is going to carry you if you give him the time to do it. And we're finally seeing a game in the series where he has the time to scale up and start to strut his stuff. Curtain call now as they try and engage in the mid lane. Vin stepping forward, but takes a good chunk for himself as SOFM happy to be the front line here. Curtain call not going to lead to too much. Suning need to be careful, because they lose this Elder Dragon, they could still lose the game.
Yep, this is the moment for V5 to find that 50-50, whether it's a Smite, whether it's a Shockwave, if they can guarantee that Elder.
There are super minions pushing in the base. All Suning needs to do right now is keep V5 busy, keep them in the play, and the super minions will end the game. BuBu has gone to answer exactly that. He has teleport. It's 4 versus 5 right now. The root comes down onto PP God, has to use his Mikhail's as a sleepy trouble bubble. Comes down onto Sam D. Forced away as Hwanfeng backs away, drops of Elcos, and now they'll start this dragon.
And they just don't do any damage, as we see there. Right now, Double Mountain, Suning are just too big for the members of V5 to deal with.
And let's bear in mind, Hwanfeng, he's full build at this point. TP going to be forced as Suning back away from the dragon. They're going to go for Maul instead, gets the shield, but SOFM cuts him down. Wei the next target, he tries to escape. PP got as well low, but Hwanfeng goes forward to get the kill, and they want a croc on top of it as well. Another for SOFM, and this is just easy pickings at this point. Suning are looking for game number 3. Suning are looking for the upset here as V5 are falling before our very eyes. You can see a recall coming through for Sam D, but he's not going to be home in time for dinner.
Yeah, and Suning showing a great performance on this early game composition, shutting V5 out.
The Lions making a feast right now of the Priest as we go to game number 4, and Suning 2-1 up in the series.
And once again, I just want to keep highlighting their game plan coming into the series has been so well, taking away so many of the crucial picks coming out from V5. The individual skill is on point today. And when we're talking about Suning, the mechanics need to be there. SOFM's been playing exceptional. Every dredge line from Sword Art has hit this game. Like, every single one looked phenomenal.
Yeah, Sword Art's looking exceptional. SOFM as well. I love that SOFM is so damn decisive on this Olaf. He sees you out of position, he lands one under toe, he's gonna run at you, he's gonna chase you down and finish a kill.
Let's also highlight Hwanfeng, who we haven't really talked about this series, despite, like, Suning are a weird team. That I feel like Hwanfeng is a top 4 ADC in the LPL, but Suning don't play for him. So he's very self-sufficient. A lot of his damage numbers just come from him peeling for himself, him setting himself up, and we saw that this game having some phenomenal ultimates, some great W's, and just constantly in a position to dish out damage for his team.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And using this Jhin really effectively as well. We always talk about this Jhin pick as like a utility pick, but when you get to the late stages of the game, when you've got 100% crit, that fourth shot one-shots people. Being able to be that late game hyper carry that we know Hwanfeng to be.
Yeah, Jhin late game is a burst mage, right? Like one combo and someone's just gone. And let's highlight the fact that Hwanfeng was one of the players who actually brought Jhin out in spring when it wasn't meta. It just shows he's very comfortable on this champion. It's in his repertoire, and he looked great.
And interesting as well to see Bin playing this different style of Gangplank where he's not looking to be the hyper carry for the team, because like he was still building his Triforce when Angel and Hwanfeng got ahead in the early game. So he then had the option and was like, you know what? I don't need to be the hyper carry. I don't need to build pure damage. I can be a bit more of a utility Gangplank, use the ultimate for engages, and just play protection on the carries.
Yeah, and when you have like a 12-kill Zoe, I can see why he went for that choice. And talking about Zoes and Zoe players, Mole's having a rough series. Game 2 and Game 3, Mole has made some bad positioning, some uncharacteristic mistakes. And with him out of these fights, I mean, it was so close, right? A lot of these fights were close, with it being a 4v5 with Mole not being in the game. Look at Mole's damage numbers. Those are abysmal.
For a scaling mage in a 35-minute game, you've got to be hitting higher numbers than that. And the shockwaves as well. Like, if you lock in Orianna, you want these game-changing shockwaves. Mole was not able to make it happen, and that, after this split that he has had, is such a disappointing sentence to say.
And let's remember, this is Mole's second time playing Orianna this split. The first time was in playoffs against FPX 2 days ago. So this is not a champion we know Mole for. This is not a style we know V5 for. And you guys can see why. When we get to the first Dragon fight, when we get to the first Rift Herald fight, V5 are looking for these fights when, hey, you have a Jin on the opposite side with the BF sword. You have a Zoe with the Lost Chapter where your Ezreal has Tear, your Orianna has 2 amplifying totems.
And I have to say, Lyric, I'm a firm believer in team style is more important than the perfect draft, right? And in my opinion, I think V5 need to go back to what has worked for them in the past. Get themselves this Kalista in the bottom lane. Get something like the Galio or the TF in the mid lane that you can just force these skirmishes in the early game. Brawl with Suning. That is where V5 have been their strongest the entire season. I want to see that again.
The Cintra was open this game, and Mole had so many game-changing Scatter of the Weeks during the split, and again, we're not seeing these champion picks come out, and they're getting punished.
Yeah, it's been a rough series so far for V5, but Suning, they're over the moon with the way this one is going. 2-1 now. We're going to go to a quick break. Do join us afterwards, because we'll see if Suning can finish things off right after this.
Hey yo, everybody, this is TFT. Hey bro， 记得吗 ？Let's go, everybody, just let me。每次选秀我们是出手，想要装备全帮他们抢走。今天的手气不太 OK， 一起在被发配成队，快递到，不太还没装备，突不打死就全部配脸。天舞感区预感的第一号去被拖卡成弟弟。我们的战术极限优秀，但是没有钱还不够肉。够大50块，这个历史吧，没装备的异性就想刮痧，这个球我让我打一下下，哦别我的对手，让他胡闹看我，就人口皮皮草草，无敌羁绊，速度血量，爆出的是不会被断，找不出意外，不会翻盘，到处退场，有点遗憾，但气势不凡。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的气等的是你，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的气等的是你，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。参加这 party， 一定是一周年一届的胜利。参加这 party， 大家在云顶等你 ，You and me。
就现在整个补刀上面，因为上路现在差了40刀，AD 这边也是有30刀左右的一个领先，这两个人都有补刀赏金哦，因为二匪流是2个人头应该是150，对吧？又多了150的补刀赏金，这边安旺帝直接强留对方3个人，大招已经
发条大空了，清辉夜娘打上去了之后，
定住
带坠名的，哇，这一波全都要死，应该很难走了，而且 Maple 身上是有闪的。要先杀一个，
换了一个
泰坦走不掉了，这人头应该是要再叫一个给到中单。
他13级甚至身上只有1件强化装啊，对吧？一般我们说奥文出反甲的这种，可能13级的时候1件半。
就那段时间巅峰战力，先看一下上路这边想要打一个单杀，369现在有点被风中的受不了。但是这边一边打野一边中路都已经到了，这边先偷一个狗熊大招，能不能换？
是，这边直接一处强撸撸到 W 技能也给到狗熊大招作为收尾，548的一个暴击伤害，再配上一个 Q 技能，大杀特杀的奈的感觉，这把没有人可以拦住塞拉斯了。配上这边再被 Q 技能给减速，直接配上被动破敌进法，拿下了狗熊的人头 Double Kill。而且你看这边就是打团的时候，你感觉到就是。LNG 的自己的2个后排其实是被保护的非常安全，
急速杀
2个踩，
但是
砍半条 ，TP 过来这个位置捡一下，捡一个蓝惩给到以后反手腰带喷死了 ，Maple 已经大杀特杀，再拉一个折返的一个飞行拿下人头，一个 Double Kill 以后正面巴德想要利用
经济独立了，完了把自己控在原地。
好，这波鹰击长钩进来，看到后波已经把大龙起来，压到剩下一半 ，W 这时候怎么办呢？而且这边
这位置被发条卡住了，一箭射到了，能不能秒掉？闪现过来秒，奈特也有闪现跑回头一个冲击波，但是效果非常差。这边龙2000血有机会，
而且这波套波没有打到底，是要把龙给放掉。这边打团了，龙还有2000多点血，这边女警的一个输出位置不错，卡塔保住了一个大龙，而且 J.K. Love 在岸上疯狂的偷点，但是战局已经往外面拉的时候，这波 J.K. Love 点不到了，
但有点脱节，
收掉了对方的一个悲伤，但这波周末应该也是可以把他杀掉。韩明拿下2颗人头以后反手来看一下 J.K. Love 跟预言家这波怎么操作，是一个2打3的一个局面 ，Q1 全部都空掉，这时候周末反手要来输出，这边一勾到，交出一个自己的一个干锅铁料以后再加上治疗，往后拉开点死了周末以后 J.K. Love 这波应该是要收场了 ，Double Kill 拿到，最后蓝切减速给到以后远方最后一个浪子单飞，
想看帽子戏法吗？
下速锐马之怒吧！
哎，留不住啊！
中路立一个塔，把中单给逼走。
哎，流川已经下来一个推到这边小白，但伤害够吗？小白是没闪的，感觉这个位置走不掉了。但是 V 直接闪现往前输出，感觉有点冲动。后期这边鳄鱼进来，伤害够不够？纷纷这边一脚踩上去，但直接被反手两下戳死了。
踩的有点急了，后排还想输出，这边落下来，万箭齐发减速，再跟两下全杀了。这波沙皇收割3杀4杀，
轮到我了。
Triple kill.
Sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting by the lead devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight.
我们现在团队打 V5 嘛，然后 V5 的上路也是之前我跟他交过手的 biu biu，然后这次在季后赛也很期待跟他交战了。这是我第一次打季后赛嘛，所以我觉得这次季后赛也算是对我一个挑战吧。然后我可以这次季后赛锻炼一下自己的心态，还有经验一些方面的，然后帮我们队友一起取得胜利吧。
I have to say, it doesn't surprise me that much that Bin's played against PUBG before, since they used to be on the same team for the whole half of the year, at the start of the year. But anyway, Unmunchables, this is Lyric, as we go towards game number 4 here. And what a series this has been, and what an awakening for Suning.
Yeah, and it's been nice to see. I came in, I think, along with many fans who were doubters, especially we saw our Twitter poll on the English side. I think like they had 20% compared to however much V5 had, and they've had a lot of good individual performances, but they've come together as a team. They've had a great read on what V5 wants to do, and they've backed V5 into a corner.
Yeah, and I think that the LPL Twitter said it best, right? The V5 are the religious fanatics, they're the Sparrows. Suning are the Lannisters, and the Lannisters win that skirmish. They're looking like they might win this series as well, but we're not done just yet, and it was Huanfeng to grab our MVP in game number 3. Looking amazing on this Jhin, especially in those late game team fights, but throughout the entire game, using his deadly flourish just beautifully to get those roots down, but also then following up with the curtain calls.
If you guys are new viewers to the LPL, this guy is the future of LPL AD carries. He's like up there who's going to cement himself along the lines of people like Jackie, in my opinion, in years to come. He, of course, came from IG Youth, who is IG's academy team at the time, so did learn under the best. And had a great game here today. Again, a lot of great ultimates, a lot of great forward shots, always walking forward aggressively, knows how much damage he is able to dish out to carry his team.
And I think that's one of the key things that separates good and great Jins is the being bold enough to step forward to get things like the force shot off, knowing that you need to dip in and out of the fights, but it's important to dip in when you can.
Yeah, and again, I don't think we can actually highlight that last fact enough, that he learned under players like Jackie Love and Balan. Like he learned from some of the best, and this is only his rookie year. He is only going to improve from here.
And that's the crazy thing to me about Suning, is we've got Bin and Huanfeng that are the rookies on this squad. As Bin said in the interview before this game, this is his first ever playoffs, and I do just want to quickly address what's on the screen here. Sam D has been subbed out on Y4, stepping in for the side of V5, trying to reset the mental with a bit of a substitution.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one for me, because you're subbing out Sam D after he just had a pretty great game himself, but I can also understand you guys need some kind of mental reset. You need a different atmosphere in the team, so bringing Y4 in, he could be the guy that's like, guys, let's calm down, we can do better. I understand it.
And interestingly, after the loss, Victory 5 have selected to go for the red side here, which Suning are over the moon about. Suning across the regular split are 14-7 on the blue side, 11-10 on the red. So Suning, they love this blue side. They love to have first pick. They're going to go straight towards this Renekton for Bin.
And honestly, I'd still love to just see Victory 5 go towards the Ashe that we've highlighted all series. The Zoe, a nice pickup. We know this is Mo's specialty. And there we go. We finally get Victory 5 going back to some picks that we're more used to seeing them on.
Yeah, I saw Y4 come in and I was thinking Ashe or Senna. These are the picks that we've seen from him that have worked for him. On the other side, though, we may well get to see Huanfeng's Ezreal. It's something he has looked exceptional on all split long, but it is going to be this Jin once again. An Angel goes for the Syndra.
And we see that they are going to be very disciplined with following the plan that they've done all 4 games. Right? They're going to draft this stronger early skirmish composition. They're going to play more towards their bottom half of the map. They trust Bin. Bin was playing out 1v2s when he had that Jace game, so I like what Suning are going for, but now Victory 5 getting their hands on this Olaf and setting up for some early aggression around bot side themselves.
And it feels like Victory 5 right now. We mentioned it in the last game. It was Suning playing a bunch of Victory 5 picks. This time around, V5 going back to the style that has worked in the past, going back to this early aggression. Now banning out SOFM in the jungle as well with this Lee Sin ban. Suning, they're going to look towards the top lane.
Honestly, I think you should either ban out the Nautilus or just take it yourself. Only for the reason that Sorta is clearly feeling a lot of momentum on this pick. He's doing quite well with it. Shake things up. When your backs are against the wall, this is when you need to just, kind of throw things at the canvas and hope something sticks.
We'll see what V5 are going to be able to make stick. And they're not going to pick it. They're just going to ban the Nautilus.
Am I Victory 5's coach, Munchables? I don't even know at this point.
You're certainly their prophet. We'll see if your heralds come true, though, because right now they are 2-1 down in the series. And I'm hoping for V5 that this more aggressive strategy can work, because I didn't like the composition in game number 3. Didn't match the style that we're used to seeing from them. I like that they're going back to basics.
And I expect them to go for top lane now. I was going to say Mordekaiser. The other thing that comes to mind is GP. You will have double AD top side, but you don't expect Olaf to play around top anyway if you go for a GP pick, so it's something that does do quite well into the Renekton.
We have seen this Renekton GP matchup the last 3 games as well, but it's actually going to be the Jace being picked up by Bubu, and the V5 votes on the Chinese side have eked up another 10% here. Oh, sorry, they've eked down another 10%. It's Suning that have gone up. They've gone up 20%.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not really sold on this Jace pick. We haven't seen it do too well here in the LPL. It feels like it counteracts a bit of what their comp wants to do, but at the same time, when Y4 comes in for Victory 5, that typically signals they want to play more around their soul lanes.
Ooh, Jarvan is going to be locked in the end. I wasn't sure. I wasn't going to commit until it was locked in, but it is going to be there. So SOFM, huge amounts of engagement.
He has been one of the players that have still played it in summer. Actually, it was his 4th most played champion coming into this. Only 4 games, but when he's pretty much played Trundle, Lee Sin, and Graves every game, it makes sense.
Certainly does, and it gives them a huge engage tool, which has very much been what Suning have needed, and Sorta gonna bring out this Morgana. It's something that we have seen a very minute amount of across the course of the summer split very recently. I think it was Ming that maybe played it in one of the most recent series. But it has been seen in other regions.
Yep, NA is banning it pretty much every game, but I would love to see Victory 5 take out the Karma, and they do. It's always been seen as the answer to Morgana. You're going to be able to pressure that laning phase quite well. I do want to highlight Morgana got a bit of a buff this patch. Her Q cooldown got decreased by 1 second, which is, you know, might sound small, but it's pretty legit overall, especially when you are playing these more aggressive laning phases like Jhin Morgana.
I mean, the Dark Binding is the ability that really defines Morgana alongside that Black Shield, so having a second off of that cooldown is certainly going to be fantastic. But we do see the Karma for PP God. And when we look across these compositions, this is feeling a little bit better than the last one for V5 in that they have a lot of ability to win their lane.
Exactly. Like, so both teams, once again, going all for snowballing. This game is going to be decided in the first 20 minutes. The thing is, we have a great siege comp coming out from Victory 5. They're going to do quite well in front of neutral objectives, in front of turrets. The thing I'm scared about for Victory 5 is this Jarvan pick coming out from SOFM, because I feel like something like a cheeky level 2 gank mid or bot can just totally collapse the bottom half of the map for Victory 5.
Yeah, and I think Angel is one of the players that's been relatively quiet across the course of this series. Obviously, his Zoe looked fantastic. I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but
like,
we have seen the highs of Angel be exceptional levels of play, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is his moment to step up.
I agree. Last split, in my mind, Angel was probably the most consistent member on Suning. This one, it's been the opposite. He's been the least consistent, but with the highest highs on the team. So I do hope we get to see it again on the Syndra, where, again, we saw him just blowing up Mole in the last game he had it.
And the jungle matchup is going to be so crucial. SOFM against Weiwei. It's game number 4 between Suning and V5.
Weiwu, 加油！
苏宁，加油！
It's time for game number 4 here. And the Church of PP God, they got to start praying right now because Victory 5 are against the ropes. The Lions are roaring, and the Lannisters, they always pay their debts.
Yeah. Sure.
Lyric has not watched Game of Thrones, so the references are going to be lost on him, unfortunately. But we'll have to see what V5 have up their sleeves here, because already PP God, realizing that there could be some vision here, goes for the sweeper. Mole gets the gold from that one. No level 1 shenanigans from either side. I'm really curious about this Morgana pick for Sword Art, though, because I think that's the one that's most out of the meta here in the LPL.
I do want to stop for a second and say I wouldn't be surprised if we do see level 1 shenanigans coming out from V5, because they do have Olaf, who's one of the strongest level 1 champions, along with the Karma. Obviously, it's a bit dicey up against the Morgana, but V5 are going to go for it.
They're going to go for it, and I love it. Let's see some early action here. They're moving in. They have been spotted. And look at this stack out of Suning. Everybody is here. The Dark Binding goes wide, though. Volley onto everyone. That's a huge amount of damage on towards Suning. But with a 5-strong roster here, they should easily have this one. And Bin takes the long old walk back up to top lane.
We need to remember that this was a trade-off. Sure, V5 weren't able to get the buff, so Weiwei's going to be a bit behind SOFM, but BuBu is getting an advantage in the top side. Bin has to make his way up there from across the map.
And the question is, what can BuBu do with this advantage? Because this matchup in the top lane, Bin versus BuBu, old teammates going head-to-head, it feels to me like Bin has been kind of the better player in this matchup, not necessarily just on straight-up scorelines, but Weiwei has given BuBu so much focus across this series, whereas SOFM has kind of ignored the top lane.
I just like how he did that. Didn't blasting plant over, just hit the blasting plant, then had to flag and drag over. But I agree, I feel like Bin has largely been the more impactful player of the series, though I feel like BuBu has been one of the better players on V5 side. He's consistently done his job. And we even saw him now stacking that wave to try and punish Bin when he's coming for the farm. So I feel like he's done a pretty solid job, and especially this game is going to have to have a strong performance on this Jace if Victory 5 want to come out ahead. But I'm definitely looking more towards the spot lane because, again, when you have two mage supports, it is very impactful to be able to push in your wave, get that turret plating. You're both very fragile, both very easy to kill if a Jarvan or an Olaf look for an early gank.
Speaking of Olaf, Weiwei moving towards the mid lane here. Angel will be slowed, and the Trouble Bubble is there. Forces the cleanse out very early on in this lane.
That's so nice job by Weiwei showing in mid, so he's going to guarantee the spot scuttle. But actually, pings are coming out, and SOFM wants to contest.
He certainly does. Huanfeng moving over, as is Sword Art, but the slow going to be there. Nice find that the heal used very early on from Huanfeng. He might just have to flash away from this play. The Sword Art sticking around maybe too long, but they want the AD carry. The flashes come on through, and V5 find first blood. Now on towards PP Goddess. Suning have answered, but they're not interested in the Karma. They want Weiwei, and they want Y4. Bin grabs himself a red buff and a kill as Y4 knocked up and will be taken down. Angel to grab that one, and a dark binding is beautiful from Sword Art. Bew flashes out, trying to get damage down onto SOFM, but it's Suning that win the trade.
And you can see that V5 feel the pressure. They all in so heavily for Huanfeng, and they send so many members going down with them. Great read coming out from Suning, and you highlighted nice dark binding from Sword Art to end it all.
And we've been saying this every single game of this series. Great read from Suning. Those are the key words, because Suning are reading V5 like a book.
I mean, it definitely feels like potentially more than half of the members on V5 used to be on Suning.
It could be the case. But you would say that that should go both ways, right?
True.
It feels like V5 should know Suning just as well. But then we're seeing a different version of Suning than what we're used to.
That's true, and at the same time, we've seen a bit of a different side of V5.
Oh my goodness, SOFM, this is aggressive. But he gets it. Hey, V5 back away from the play. I feel like they could have just turned on him there, but now they're going to have to get away with the Inspire.
And this is exactly the different side of Suning that we're talking about, that these are the plays that V5 are known for. 4/5-man stacking one side of the map to ensure these advantages. V5, though, Bew wrapping around.
It's going to be a trouble bubble onto Bin. Not the ideal target, though, and that's the CC chain onto Bew. He can't do anything in the fights. Now Weiwei trying to chop down Sword Art, but he still had flash. Knockups across the team. Everything is going the way of Suning. The Lions roaring their way through the early game as Mole flashes away from the play.
I mean, I don't actually think he's safe. SOFM coming around, Mole hitting a clutch Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
That was nice from SOFM to keep moving while he's asleep there. And Mole will get away with his life.
I mean, this game is now completely exploded for the side of V5, and you know, me and you were talking about it at the end of last game, kind of some of the decisions we were seeing late, maybe signaling some a bit of troubles for V5 in their maybe camaraderie and the state of their shot calling and decision making.
Yeah, this is feeling rough from the side of V5, and you mentioned the momentum that a player like Sword Art brings to the side of Suning. This is a guy that is very vocal. He's a very loud player that will make these decisive plays, and you can just see it is exuding from the gameplay we're getting out of Suning.
Yeah, exactly. You can see they feel the momentum, but V5, they don't slow down. They still are going to constantly look for these aggressive plays, but Angel's respecting.
Just respecting, doesn't have cleanse, doesn't have flash, but the Scout of the Week should keep him safe here. Mole won't have the damage to follow up on the Trouble Bubble, and SOFM here to save the play.
So, and this is why we have seen that these games just snowball so far out of control, right? Because V5 aren't going to stop looking for these aggressive options, and when you do have two very early game focused comps that have, I'd say, similar dimensions, right? We have these CC80 carries that can look for engages. We have these Enchanter supports. We have these control mage mid laners with a lot of early action packed jungle. It's like we're going to see a lot of early skirmishes for Dragon. Both these comps do want to just run at each other. Sure, Victory 5s, I'd say, would rather play from the range. You'd rather get the vision, sit down first, and abuse that poke, but they still want those fights.
And they're just going to force this one down towards the bottom side. Mole's moved over the slow onto Huanfeng. He doesn't have flash, he doesn't have heal, but the Black Shield, the dodge on the Trouble Bubble. Huanfeng wanders away from the play just beautifully.
First playoffs appearance from Huanfeng, and he is having a great series so far. Suning just bringing everything together as a team, and now we're going to look for this Dragon. They do have bot side pressure, but we need to keep in mind that SOFM is on the bottom half of the map.
Weiwei going to grab himself the Scuttle Crab. Could look to start off the Dragon, but he realizes this is not the play for right now, at very least. SOFM going for the Cinderhawk build, as you'd expect from Jarvan and Competitive.
Also, SOFM is almost level 6 to where Weiwei is only level 4 right now. And Weiwei's still not farming. Weiwei is actually still waiting in the river. So, 2-level lead.
This is not the way that Olaf versus Jarvan is meant to go farm-wise. Olaf should be the one that is able to farm a lot quicker, but SOFM just having the better read on how this game is going.
And I don't want to sugarcoat it with hindsight from this series, but all split long, Weiwei has been the better jungler.
Yeah.
But SOFM definitely putting up an amazing performance with the rest of Suning this series.
And it's worth, like, this isn't just in terms of SOFM versus Weiwei either.
Yeah.
Weiwei has been an exceptional jungler this entire split long. He's been one of the best in the entire league. And let's bear in mind quite how stacked the jungle role is in the LPL. But here in this series, SOFM has been exceptional. And Weiwei still has been one of the highlight players for the side of V5, but SOFM, especially in this game here, has his number.
It just feels like in a lot of these skirmishes, V5 are over-forcing, or like last game when they didn't have the comp to do so, they're always going to take these fights, and Suni are just outperforming them on mechanical skill. Also just on better power spikes as well, but...
Hey, Huanfeng going to be given this Rift Herald as well. They want to get gold onto this Jin, and I can understand why. He's already got himself a crit cape. He already has 2 kills for himself as well. And with all of these plates that he'll be able to find off the back of this Rift Herald, Huanfeng is going to be rapidly skyrocketing towards the late game AD carry that we know he is.
Yep, and we even see the teams going to opposite sides of the map. I wonder if Victory 5 will just consciously choose to give up this Dragon, because this has been a set play from Victory 5 before that, even in their FPX series, where maybe they'll slightly fall behind or just be at a unfavorable time in terms of items and power spikes, and they'll consciously give up Drake, trade sides of the map to accelerate the game and get key items onto either Y4 or Mole.
So Huanfeng going to be able to shove this wave in, going to be able to drop this Rift Herald for a couple of plates if he wants to. Might just try and get a couple of plates first, as he does have a longer while on the Rift Herald before he needs to drop that one. So maybe we'll try and just grab the easier plates himself before going for the Herald play itself.
Yep, I don't see any reason to rush this play.
These bindings are heat-seeking from Sword Art. I don't think I've seen him miss one yet.
So, Morgana is Sword Art's 4th most played champion in his career. He does have a 70% win rate on it. I would say if there is a mage that is synonymous with Sword Art, it is Morgana. Every other champion is the Thresh and Alistar, something along those lines.
SOFM's moving to the bottom side of the map here.
Oh.
Y4. He's going to spot it with the Hawk Shot, but he didn't see the jungler. SOFM now spotted by Weiwei and PP God. Y4 has to be a little bit careful, but he'll be fine. He's not going to fall to this dive.
Yep, and we see on the opposite side of the map, BuBu taking that Scuttlecraft for himself, so still trying to accrue some advantages, while Suning should be able to look for this Dragon. They have pressure mid, they have pressure bot.
Weiwei moving to the mid lane just to try and contest the wave somewhat. Another binding in the bottom lane lands onto PP God this time, and you know, Karma's meant to be the answer to this Morgana, but the pressure that Sword Art is putting out with this pick is unwarranted in the bottom lane. Mole now here to try and defend the play. Has a redemption. That Trouble Bubble is nice, but the Black Shield is going to ruin it. And now SOFM and Angel off on the side. Bin has TP if he needs it. It's going to start to be channeled as Angel dodges away from the arrow. Just everything seems to be going wrong here for V5.
And ultimately, the roam from Mole was good, because I feel like Suning definitely would have taken the turret had Mole not been there, but the play from Suning is just so on point. They're hovering back and forth between lanes, getting chip damage done on both turrets, forcing members of V5 to lose farm like Mole.
And just look at the top lane as well. That advantage we talked about early on from that level 1 play. BuBu doesn't have that CS lead anymore. It's just about dead even on the top side of the map, and it means that Bin, even while he's trying to roam to make these plays elsewhere, is going to be more than happy. He's against the lane bully. He's better in the team.
Yeah, and it also comes down to once both top laners hit level 6, when Jace does push out aggressively, he has to be very worried, because obviously Jace doesn't really have an ultimate to where Renekton doesn't get that big power spike from the Dominus, so this definitely is a matchup that it could swing really hard in one way if you get jungle attention, but obviously neither top laner really got help from their jungler.
They can't really afford to go for jungle attention at this point, because there's so much pressure on the bottom side of the map. Mole is struggling against Angel here, jumps forward, uses the Ignite from the Spell Thieves just to get some harass down, but once again, Angel just shoving this wave in constantly, and it means that Weiwei loses control of this bottom half of the jungle.
Yeah, and they're just going to trade sides of the map right now, and this is what we talked about actually like 3 or 4 minutes ago. This is what I expected V5 to do at that point, but instead of, I guess, feeling like they needed to answer the Herald play so Suning don't get too much, but now are going to start trying to get some gold onto Y4 and consciously give up these Drakes.
Oh, and now they're looking for Mole jumping over as Mole is caught inside the Cataclysm. The portal's not going to do all or too much. The stopwatch keeps him safe, but Angel grabs the kill in the end. And this is starting to look a little bit heartbreaking for V5 fans at home.
You know, I can confirm V5 fans everywhere are feeling a bit heartbroken, though. You know, just talking about people I know.
It's okay, Lyric. It's okay. I've got you, buddy. I will say, though, Suning, they are over the moon with this one, because my goodness, what a performance. And this is the squad that we have been wanting to see all year long. When we talked about this new version of Suning, with the rookies coming in alongside veteran talent like SOFM and Sword Art to lead them, it feels like that evolution has finally happened.
Yeah, and it's even more impressive to me that we came in doubting them, because again, they were not a team that I think looked very, very decisive in their wins. Heck, even in their series where they beat V5, Game 2, V5 had a 5K gold lead and just threw that series. So it's even more impressive to me that Suning come in not as the favorites, that Suning come in looking shaky and show us, hey, if you give them the time, they can devise these game plans to come on ahead. SOFM, still a mechanical monster. Bin, lane's great. Huanfeng, absolute insane late game team fighter, and I don't even need to say anything about Angel and Sword Art because they've looked so phenomenal.
It's honestly so impressive, the evolution that we're seeing out of the squad, especially as we head into playoffs.
But Mole, not had a good series.
Hang on a second here. Sword Art, I'm trying to compliment you here, buddy. This is not the play to be making. His flash is available. I don't think he really wants to use it, though. He's going to go down here.
Well, let's just say it,
Cast the
Munchables.
curse, baby.
That made no sense. That wasn't good.
He drops the ward. He's like, this is fine.
This
I'm
is
going to
cool.
recall.
That was interesting.
Hey, great reactions on the Black Shield, to be fair to him. Like, that was an instant Black Shield as soon as he saw the arrow. Yeah, I mean, didn't do anything, but it looked nice.
You know the best part is, I bet if we had Sword Art's player camp, I bet he would be laughing in that situation. I bet he found that hilarious.
There are very few situations where Sword Art isn't laughing, to be fair, though, in my experience of his player camp.
Right? We will come out of losses for Suning, and you'll see him like patting Huanfeng in the back, like, ha ha ha, man, let's go again. Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll show up in playoffs in the quarterfinals. It'll all be okay. Y4 forced to flash here. Scatter the Weak available for Angel, but not going to pull the trigger just yet, wanting to make sure he's got the perfect opportunity. Because SOFM, in the meantime, was grabbing this Herald, and now they can move towards this mid lane. Stun goes down. The damage coming out of Angel is already terrifying.
Yep, and the setup's already here. We saw Bin push out the bot lane, roamed over first, of course. Suning's bot lane's going to be able to push Mole on the top side, so they have absolute, complete control. Their rotations are looking beautiful, and they're going to be able to drop this Herald mid and definitely guarantee that one.
Just look at that gold graph. Huanfeng is more than 1,000 gold ahead of anyone in the game, and the next three players are all his teammates. Suning are so far ahead, and they are not stopping anytime soon. Herald down in the mid lane. Angel won't quite be able to finish the tower off just yet. Weiwei tries to threaten him, but Angel ain't scared of nothing.
No, and again, look at both of these team comps. Both very burst-oriented, both very early game focused. It's going to hard break one way or the other. And right now, Suning with a 5K gold lead are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're feeling fantastic. Bin, good respect here to back away from the minion wave as soon as Weiwei and BuBu go out of vision, because the rest of his squad is recalling. We've got a bit of a reset coming out across the board here for Suning.
And the thing is, like, sure, the only plays really available to them is to just commit to playing around BuBu, send Weiwei, maybe bring PP God or try and get the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Y4 as well. But when you're committing two mana down to the start of the map, Suning are just going to be pushing their advantage so much more on the opposite side.
So let's kind of reset for a second here, Lyric, and address what the next step is. For Suning to net themselves a win here, to net themselves a bye into the semi-final of the LPL Summer 2020 playoffs. What's the next step on the path? Apparently, it's Y4. He doesn't have his flash available. The Curtain Call finds the third shot. The stun comes out. Unleashed power. See you later. Freljord no more. And now, SOFM looking to extend the plays. Moving over. He wants some wolves for himself.
And I mean, that was it, right? They're setting up these picks.
BuBu, this is not the place to be. Forced to flash the flag and drag to follow. The rest of the squad not quite on the same page, though. BuBu gets away.
It was so close. Huanfeng predicting he'd...
Oh, my goodness. They're just finding more and more and more off of every single play. PP God now trying to re-engage, but the tether not going to connect. Suning get away with it once again.
And I will reiterate something we've said many times. V5 have the fastest loss time in the LPL. Despite the fact that this is a top 5, top 6 team, when they lose hard. They do not know how to minimize these sort of deficits, and they also don't draft to minimize those deficits typically.
See, Huanfeng being the OP player after his last game. I can understand why. After the performance in this game as well, his curtain calls have been exceptional. He's been sniping with those ultimates, but also his follow-up routes to every single little bit of damage that the rest of his team does. He is playing this utility AD carry just to perfection.
Yep, and now for Suning, I would actually love to see them get the setup bot side and start, like, look for that Drake, but we actually see SOFM posturing towards top.
That was a close one there. Just look at the gold difference right there on the left of your screen. Specifically between Huanfeng and Y4. He's nearly 3,000 gold ahead of his counterpart. He's basically a full tier 2 Zeal item ahead right now. That is actually mind-blowing. At 18 minutes.
Yeah, and I love how it's interesting how Suning are just trying to push this gold advantage forward rather than, like I said, Drake's there. You have full map control. You could turn towards it, but instead trying to set up a pick on top side, knowing that V5, you know, we're a bit overextended in that lane, but it does look like finally SOFM's going to head towards that bottom half of the map and pick that one up.
So do you think this is a mistake from Suning to not just immediately go for these Drakes and try and snowball through the Drakes, or do you think this is more of just a different style that's available? Ooh. Stun from Suning onto Weiwei, and a root as well, but he's the tankiest member of the team, certainly not the ideal target to start this fight onto. Huanfeng gets the red buff.
The thing I like about what they're doing at least is they're choking out V5 from all resources, right? They took Krugs, they took the red buff, they're taking Raptors, now transitioning into a Dragon, which, had they done the reverse, then you would have given V5 the time to pick up their jungle camps.
Or the opportunity to contest Weiwei, forced to flash. Stun onto Huanfeng though, the Black Shield a little too late, and that's gonna, oh my god, he got away with his life. I don't know how he's done it, but now a scan of the week across the whole team, and the curtain call to finish the kills. This is a picture-perfect fight for Suning, and a double kill for Huanfeng.
And at the picture-perfect time, because it's 1950, Baron is coming up.
We'll see if they're going to be willing to force this one. A 20-minute Baron with a Jhin on your team is a little bit of a weird one.
Yep, this series has been quite an interesting journey, Munchables. Suning so far bringing us on quite the ride, looking phenomenal. I can't say it enough. Again, had very little expectations for them coming into the series, and now I'm interested, even looking forward, at what they can do against top esports, assuming they close out today. You know, this isn't over, but this is as close to over as it gets.
Yeah, it ain't over just yet, but the fat lady, I can hear her. She's warming up at very least. Let's take another look at this, because I thought Huanfeng was doomed.
Yeah, we see a nice arrow coming out from Y4. Sword Art either not having the Black Shield, just not using it in time, but really the members of V5 aren't tanky enough to walk past the likes of SOFM, Angel, and Sword Art. Great flash coming out from Huanfeng, and Bin's able to get on the back line and be that disruptor to pick up those kills.
And this is just a mind-blowing performance coming out from Suning here. They are now 8,000 gold ahead of V5. And what a triumphant story for the Lions here, as the Colonel is liking the looks of the way this is going. The rookies alongside the veterans that have been leveling up. And every single year they make it to playoffs in summer. And every single year they finish 7th to 8th.
And this
time around, they're looking for top 4, Lyric.
Yeah, and they have such a good way to siege these turrets. Even if the members of V5 are here, they can even just have Huanfeng back up and open his ulti. The members of V5 are going to be forced back. They don't even need that.
Oh, the scan of the week is beautiful. The curtain call to follow it up. PP got the targets. He dodges the shots. The fourth one just goes wide. Onto the inhibitor once more here for Suning. As V5 try to close on in, this could be the opportunity. Health bars are low, but Mo is eradicated. Now onto Weiwei, who cannot withstand the damage. Another double kill goes the way of Angel as Y4 tries to flash away. The chase won't come on through because they don't need to. They can go straight for the base, but in fact, they want a bonus one. Angel grabs that one. The triple on the Syndra. We said he needed to pop off, and pop off he has. And ladies and gentlemen, the Church of PP God is in shambles right now as the Lions are roaring their way to a victory.
Yeah, and great performance from Angel and from all the members of Suning. Furthest placement in their organization's history.
Suning are going to top 4. This is a beautiful performance, and the Lions roar their way into the semifinals.
And I love how before the game you set up, hey, you know, Angel's been a bit quiet this series. But this feels like it'll be the game where he steps up, and he really did. I think that chart said 40% of the team's damage on the Syndra. Had a lot of great ultimates picking off members like Y4, like Maul, and there's that infectious attitude from Sword Art. Look how calm the rest of the team looks, while Sword Art's all like, hey guys, let's go, top 4, top esports next.
Top esports next, but Suning, what a win, and what a convincing win as well. That's the key thing to me. The longer this series went on, the more confident they felt with every single game. And then here in game number 4, it was a dominant victory. But the key thing to me was that every single time V5 tried and make these plays around the bottom side of the map, Suning read it perfectly and made the counterplay needed.
That's the thing I'm excited for, right? Is not only Suning's mechanical prowess, which is like undoubtable. It's there. They're so good mechanically. They're so skilled, but their planning, their preparation, their coaching staff. Like you can even see it on our screens, right? It looks like it all came together. The morale is there. Ben looks a bit Ben looks like, guys, just another day at the office. I beat Bew.
He's not realized they've won yet. He thinks they're going to game 5.
He just thought it was like practice.
He thought it was the best of 7.
He thought it was practice in spring split, right? Just, you know, laning practice up against Bew once again. But overall, excited to see what this team can plan for Top Esports, because for anyone who doesn't know, we will have a week break before our semifinals for these teams. So Suning now going to get to go to the drawing board and come up with a plan against Top Esports.
And I think that's key, because this series to me felt like so much of it was down to the preparation from Suning. Because as we've said countless times throughout the series, this is a different version of Suning to what we generally saw across the course of the summer split. They were a slow team, they were a calculated team that wanted to play towards the mid and late game. Here against V5, they bring out the early picks, they bring out the early aggression, and they match V5 at every step of the journey.
I love that you point that out, because let's remember, guys, they were like 12th in first strikes in LPL. They were 8th or 9th at goal difference at 15 minutes. Like, this was not a team that was crushing teams early game. They were getting a lot of their advantages in mid-game skirmishes. This game, they were just steamrolling pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, perfect play coming out from Suning, especially in this 4th game. And I have to say, commiserations to V5, to all of V5 fans, to yourself, Lyric. I know you're going to be disappointed with this loss, but I think V5, even if they do fall out of playoffs here, first off, it's still possible for them to make it to Worlds through the regionals. I'm not sure exactly on the tiebreakers and whatnot, but it is still very much possible that they qualify in that 5th position. But also, on top of that, like, this has been a ridiculously successful split for V5. I think even coming out here in 5th, 6th, they can hold their heads high with the success of the split.
Look, we can be frank. They did not play well today. Even on an individual level, Mole especially really got shut out of the series. Their drafting wasn't there. Like, Suning had them figured out. But I agree, their split overall was great to see. We've discovered so many new talents and even rediscovered talents that we didn't know were so good, like Weiwei, who's had a phenomenal split. But this damage graph shows Angel took control of this game. This man wanted top 4. This man wants to go to Worlds.
He certainly does, and he deserves it, in my opinion. This performance alone was just exceptional, but across the course of this split, Angel has countless times been the winning factor for, I mean, especially his Azir plays that we got to see earlier on in the split. He has so many standout highlight moments.
I'll actually take it even a different route, that he did have all those highlight moments, but Angel to me slumped this split. Last split, I definitely saw him as like a top 5 mid laner in LPL. I think a lot of people outperformed in this split. I think Xie looked much better, Mole looked much better. But coming into this series, this is spring Angel, where it's like, man, this guy is the consistent pillar for his team. He's playing well every game, but he still kept the pop-off moments that he's shown us in summer.
And importantly as well, he actually was under a lot of pressure in this game specifically. I'm not talking about like emotional pressure. Like, we saw Weiwei revisiting the mid lane a lot of times in that early game, but Angel did such a good job of weathering that storm, still finding CS advantages, still finding kill threat onto the side of Mole, and able to then use the rest of his team to snowball into a victory.
Yeah, so again, even when we saw some mistakes like the Sword Art Morgana ward.
Yeah, that was not the best recall I've ever seen.
I'll just, you know, we'll shake it off and we'll credit it to the Bants. You know, just looking to banter with some former teammates.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, hey, the Black Shield was good. Well, that's what we'll take away from that one, because I think with the performance the Sword Art has had today versus the performance that he's had over the course of this year, I feel like he is hitting his peak once again. I feel like he has leveled up for playoffs, and I think one bad recall I can forgive with the performance.
The thing is, summer looked better than spring, and this playoff series looked better than summer. So, I mean, those dredge lines, those dark bindings, they just weren't missing. He was hitting them almost every single time and setting up a lot of those picks and a lot of those skirmish wins in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I'm just excited as well that we get Huanfeng looking exceptional on something that's not the Ezreal, because every time we've been talking about Huanfeng, it's kind of this Aphelios and Ezreal are the 2 picks that he really had shone on. Now we can add Jhin to that champion.
You know what I want? He's going to face Jackie Love. Give me Draven. If you don't know, Huanfeng is also a Draven main.
Yes.
Someone please pick Draven.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the champion pools for Jackie Love and Huanfeng, it kind of matches almost exactly.
He learned under him. Once again, we're going to have another teacher versus student battle, so...
That one's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
It's a little while away just yet. We still got a week until the semifinals coming up, but I cannot wait to see what Suning are going to do against Top Esports, because that's going to be a tough matchup. Top Esports are one of the premier LPL teams, but Suning are here to prove that they are too. They have now made top 4. They have made history for their organization.
Yeah, and again, they did it off of a team that's built on rookies and new blood. This was an organization that tried to build up a super team in years past. That didn't work out, and they realized, hey, we have this guy named Angel. He's pretty good. Oh, there's some young talent out there. Oh, we have a young talent in Bin. Let's get him. Oh, IG have been developing AD carry. Get him in here. It's like all these rookies, all these, I'd say, overlooked players coming together with the veterancy in SOFM, with a star player like Sword Art. It was the perfect mix.
It's the perfect mix, and now they've made themselves a cake as they make it to top 4. Our MVP for that game is going to go the way of SOFM. And you know what? Angel did have a fantastic performance on the Syndra, but it was all off the back of everything being set up by SOFM on this job.
And it's nice to see him show up when it matters because, again, I didn't think SOFM was a bad jungler by any means. He was definitely a top 5, top 6 jungler coming into playoffs, but it's nice to see him even push those heights and dismantle who I thought was the best jungler coming into playoffs in Weiwei.
Yeah, Weiwei, I mean, the thing about Weiwei as well is he looked fantastic at the start of the series, and the longer this series went on, the same can be said for Mole, honestly, it felt like the morale really dipped on the side of V5, and Suning were more than happy to take advantage of
Exactly, and I feel like that's the thing, right? When your lanes start collapsing as a jungler, it's very hard to know what to do, but hey, the enemy jungle's there, and he's like, cool, I'll take advantage of you, I'll take all of your camps, I'll go for these gank spot side, I'll counter gank you, kill your whole team, and it was great to watch.
And Jarvan's the perfect pick for that kind of style as well. You can play aggressive, you can play defensive, but most importantly, the Cataclysm so good against this team as well. Great against Olaf, great against Zoe. Neither of them can escape you at that point. So really, really fantastic play coming out from SOFM across this entire series as well. His Olaf especially. In game number 2, I was a little bit nervous when he picked the Olaf into that Trundle, but SOFM showing that he knows what he's about.
Yeah, exactly. Made the phase rush Olaf look amazing, and I mean, he's going to go up against Karsa. Karsa, in my opinion, has been heavily underperforming this split, so that is going to be an avenue where Suning can once again abuse the enemy team and look for an advantage.
Yeah, Karsa are a big Trundle player, so maybe Olaf is the new Trundle counter. I'm not quite sure that that's an accurate statement, but it seemed to be in this series. But we're just waiting for our winners interview on the stage, as I'm sure Suning are a little bit over the moon right now. I really want to hear what they've got to say about this one, but I have to say, just looking across the entire board, on both sides as well, this has been a huge split for both V5 and for Suning. V5 especially going from 0-16 to now making it to top 6 in playoffs. Suning now with the highest playoff placement in the history of the organization. I think both teams can walk away happy with how they've done this split. And Suning, their work is not done just yet.
Well, the thing is, we've said the top 5 in LPL, the split is so good. I honestly think if you send any of, you know, a JDG, a Top Esports, a Suning, a Victory 5 in another region, they're going to be a top 3 team. Like, I have full confidence if you sent either of these teams to Worlds that they would do well.
And I think Suning is one of the teams that a lot of people had question marks about. I think those question marks have now been answered in this series. We're going to head over to the stage where we have our winners standing by to let us know how they're feeling.
Hi guys, this is Wendy for translation. And we have invited Huan Feng to the interview. Congratulations on this victory. You are able to get into the semifinals. And how do you feel about the momentum? I think we have a very good atmosphere. We are on our momentum right now. And in game 1, the communication in the late game seems not that good. So what kind of feedback did you have before game 2? Because you didn't manage to get the game 1, so what kind of feedback or changes did you make? In game 1, because of the Baron, we didn't get the victory. We want to play more aggressive. And also in game 3, the opponents have chosen Trundle and ganked the bot lane. They try to target on you on that skirmish, but you are not worried about that, and Zoe got the double kill. What happened there? I just calmed down, and my teammates told me like we can make the teleport. That's why I'm not worried about that. And the teammates said you play really good. Did they praise you? I don't think so. About other prize, they just told me like you did quite well. In both game 3 and 4, you have chosen Jin, and in game 3, the support is Nautilus, and game 4 will be Morgana. So how do you feel about the laning phase? When we face against very strong bot lanes, we just calm down and try to stabilize ourselves. And in the previous interview, Swallart have said some words to you. So how do you feel about Swallart? He got so many points that I need to learn from him. In terms of the communication and mentality that I need to learn from him. Previously, he said, you are very quiet and not that outgoing. So, do you think like Swallart always take care of you? Yeah, I think so. He always take care of me. He always like talk to me. And this year, this is your first year in LPL. So, what kind of aim or what kind of AD carry you want to be? I want to be a very strong AD player. I don't think I'm very strong right now. And in the previous interviews, although you got the victory, you're always very humble. So how do you feel? Sometimes I didn't perform that well. I didn't reach my expectations. And last question. In the semifinals, we are going to face against with top esports. They're very strong as well. So what kind of preparations do you think you need to have? We will play more proactive. Just do more team fights. But it seems like you are very good at macro, so are you going to play more aggressively? Yes, I think so. Because in the regular split, we didn't manage to get a victory against with top esports, although we are in a lead in the regular split. So in the semifinals, we are going to play more aggressively. So thank you. Thank you for receiving the interview. And this is the end of the interview.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I have to say, I'm surprised to hear Suning saying, oh yeah, we're going to be more aggressive against top esports. They were pretty aggressive in this series.
I'm just surprised he said, yeah, I don't think I'm that good of an AD carry. I didn't meet my own expectations. How high are your expectations, man?
Yeah, his expectations are oozy, apparently, because Huanfeng looking, I mean, you said it during the cast, looking like the future of LPL AD carries. This guy's a rookie coming in, and my God, he doesn't look like it. He looks like top-tier world's level talent, in my opinion.
I agree. Again, I think I had him top 3 AD carry this split. I had him top 3 even in spring, actually. So Huanfeng not slowing down in my book looks exceptional. I like seeing him in this roster, but I can only imagine if we ever get to like a meta that's about team fighting and playing around your AD carry, how much better he'll look.
He's going to look exceptional. I cannot wait to see what's ahead for Suning. Well, that's going to round out our series, so let's glance over our bracket as we close things out here today. As you can see, Suning the Lions moving forward, and once again, another 3-1 in LPL playoffs. It feels like it's destiny at this point.
It's the curse. Last split, we had all 3 wins until semifinals. That's when the curse broke, so that could be a very good or bad omen for Suning, that maybe like a 3-0 is coming one way.
Or maybe the other way around. Maybe top esports did peak too early. We'll have to find out. That's going to be on the 22nd. But our next series coming up is going to be IG against LGD, our other quarterfinal. And LGD really going to have their work cut out.
Yep, going to be hard for them. But let's also remember, guys, there will be a week break after tomorrow. Then we will have semis on the 22nd and 23rd.
Yep, so we will have a little bit of a break in between, but I'm just excited. Xie against Rookie is going to be our next series there with IG versus LGD. I cannot wait to see that mid lane matchup because Xie leveled up so much against WE.
Longxing versus the Shy.
Yeah, Not on the same page as you on that one, I'm afraid, mate. I'm looking towards the mid lane. That's going to close things out for us here today. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Rest in peace, PP God Church. But they can still make it to the World Championship as Suning move into our semi-finals. That's it from us. But make sure you join us tomorrow for LGD against IG.